Hello, 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 hello. Welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Penguin. Hello Yeep, hello Nathaniel, hello too. Alright, Jocelyn, get on. Hello Dharmesh. Morning, Hottie. You free today? I'm gonna be doing party games for the rest of the day, so some of you guys will be free to join us. Hottie, too. I'd like you two to join us at some point. How does that sound? Hello, pal. What, the game tonight? Ranked or normal match? And maybe a bit of column A, column B? Sounds good too, Hottie. I'll be expecting you two later on then. Hello, too. Oh, there's two twos. Let's call you Van then. Van. Hello, Jerks. Hello, Alex. I'm eating bacon. Hello, Antonio. Morning, Sharma. No, I don't normally eat breakfast. It's actually not sweet bacon, it's salty bacon. Hello, Lee. Hello, Genius. Where's this Jocelyn girl? Actually, I like sweet bacon. When you put maple syrup and like cinnamon or like honey on bacon, it tastes fantastic, trust me. I'm a cook. Evening, Gabriel.
Hi, Lou.
Hey,
Oh, she's in the party?
Jocelyn, it's in the party, by the way.
Oh, in that case.
Yeah, I invited her.
Oh, you know what? Right, I thought... Right, Jocelyn actually has a black... Her profile picture is just... In fact, I just can't even see it. Respect for Romania. That sounds good, man. Thanks a lot. Okay. Now we're playing on US East. Yeah, I'll quickly show you guys Jocelyn's profile picture. Maybe it's bugging out. But, you just have a look here. So, her profile icon over here is, some kind of moon gray scale kind of thingy. But then if you look at the bottom, it's just fucking black down here. Now what is up with that? Hello, Daraj. How you doing?
Oh, it's bugging for you, by the way. I can see the actual picture.
I see. My real name, Van, you want to know it? Sure, it's Yui. D-U-Y. Oh, Nam Dota, it's black for you too. That is odd.
You guys need better PC.
Hello, one ho. Excuse me, Lulu Chan. Are we gonna talk about better PCs?
No, no.
Would you like to talk about better PCs? Now, last time I checked, you have the i7 8700K, and I have the i7 8700K. Now, you have 16 gigs of RAM, and I have 16 gigs of RAM. But last time I checked, you have the GTX 1080, and I have the GTX 1080 Ti, motherfucker.
Yeah, I know.
Yep, that's the name. It's not black. For you jerks. Oh, I see you have her added on your list, do you? The Raj, you doing tech support today? Hello, Amreen. Hello, Giga. Oh my god, this fucking picture is terrible. Just spilled water on myself. It's all over my dick now. Oh god, I can feel it on my balls. Man, this picture, Jesus Christ. Did I wet myself? Yes. Yeah, gotta get off my balls. I think it's mostly okay. Oh, you cannot unhear what I just said, Jocelyn? What did I say? My balls are wet? I got it on my balls? I got it on my balls? I got it on my balls? It wasn't the picture. That's my secret. 18C in your room and it's freezing? What the fuck? Well, Fenrir, I would argue that you came in at the perfect time. I mean, what a better way to start a stream than being told, my balls are wet. My balls are wet. And I wasn't even joking. My balls are literally slightly moist right now. It soaked through my pants and then, some of the water dripped on to my balls through my underwear. Lulu, can you explain to Jocelyn who's in the party? Thanks. Good morning, everybody. I don't normally eat breakfast, but today is a breakfast day. Change my pants? No, it's only ever so slightly wet that I believe. It's not like so soaking that, you could squeeze it and then the water would come out. Right? It's not to that level. It's just slightly moist. 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 And my underwear is also slightly moist. And so are my balls. Now, I believe, give it about 15 minutes, it'll probably dry by itself. So, change pants on stream. Okay, I see how you swing now, Gabriel. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm playing normal to take it easy. I'm on my Smurf anyways. You want to see like 1K ranked games, man? Who gives a shit? Hello, Blen. Gabriel wants to see my ass. Huh. Well, he had many chances to see my ass in that place that we met. So, Gabriel and Jocelyn, both in the same party. That is interesting. Now, I'm not going to explain why it's interesting, but it's interesting. Oh. Appears we've got a game. Okay, let's do this.
Your turn to ban.
Well,
5 seconds remaining.
Hey, Jocelyn.
Hi.
hello.
It's your turn. Jocelyn's volume up. So what do you guys want to play? One of you needs to play Carrie, I guess. Jocelyn or Gabriel.
Hi.
Your turn to pick.
Okay, Jocelyn needs a new microphone.
Yeah.
What?
Is your microphone right next to your nose by any chance?
Nope.
10 seconds remaining.
Is it right next to your mouth?
Nope.
5
Not
seconds remaining.
Okay, sorry. Let me adjust it
Your
again.
turn to pick.
Holy shit, like... It's actually really bad. And it's not just the microphone
10
that's making it
seconds
hard for me to
remaining.
understand you.
5 seconds remaining.
Hello, Mr. Positivity. Alright, I'm gonna play Invoker, guys. You guys like Invoker? So I play Invoker. I like Invoker too. How's the Philippines positivity? Oh my god, there's already 2 Invoker counters and a punch.
Turn to pick.
I'm already wet for Invoker. Hey Jocelyn, can you do me a favor and can you turn on push to talk rather than voice transmit?
Okay.
Thank you. You wanna bet, Goo? Hello, Hadis.
Your turn to pick.
Betting, huh? Man, you guys sure do love your betting. Okay. 10 minutes to bet right now. Hello, Kahang. Keep it in English today, okay, bud? Favorite character is Jug, Ahmad? Yeah, man, you answered correctly. Hey, Goo, that's not how you bet. But thanks.
Well, I will remember.
Ward, please.
Prepare for battle.
Gabriel.
Concentration. This bores me.
It's a lot of hours, Blend. That is a lot of hours indeed.
Oh yeah, it's in the
So it is said. Unto battle. Sunstrike.
30 seconds to battle.
See you later, guys.
See ya.
First blood.
What a cute little mischief.
First blood.
I dodged the, what do you call it? Orb.
What did you?
Yeah.
Mischief is actually so hard to use.
Hurriedly. Away hence.
The battle begins.
So begins a new age of knowledge. I'll keep it in mind.
Oh, budget stop.
Yes.
I thought you didn't get the block off, but actually I was wrong. I stopped blocking for that reason.
Ill luck upon you. Well away.
Oh, man, I'm gonna miss this last hit.
I'm well aware of
And I took way too much damage from that fuck's last attack. What the fuck? I can't get into these trees.
I remember that
was really
one
embarrassing.
from sometime long past.
With my return, the cosmos is restored. Tis tedious. Forthwith.
Hey, Witch Doctor, can you skill, what do you call it? We do restoration? Okay, thanks.
Hither I go. Fight me,
What's wrong with this guy?
Sunstrike. Hearken unto
I
me.
think he was like using courier for a second or
Oh
something.
my god.
We're
Attack.
both dead.
Knowledge denied.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The bliss of I am committed. The learned one strikes. Austrians. Illusion
Hey, I think we should swap lanes.
over yon.
What do you guys think?
Jocelyn and Gabriel.
Athwart my path.
Autumn.
An honor to fight.
We can win top easily.
Fine. I proceed. Denied.
Hey, hey, Omni, can you not do what you're doing right now?
Hey, small set.
Forgotten you all.
How you doing, man?
Such tedium. Attack. Away hence. I'm under attack. How fragile you are. Harmless incantation.
Oh, I missed last hit for no reason.
Who threatens my concentration?
I think I had that wand, man.
Hey, Omni Knight, can you unbind your right click button? Like entirely? That'd be kinda cool.
Gabriel, I think he's saying that he doesn't want you to attack the creeps in there. Hey, don't touch the creeps.
Like at all. No creeps at all. None of them. No denies, no attacks.
Mindfully.
Thank you. Thank you, Duraj. Love Pharrell. Thank you, Goo.
Holy shit.
You dare fight me? Storms light my path. Avowedly. This board is spheric elementals
Care puck bottom.
with unerring proficiency. Well away. Time. Attack. From the great witness true sorcery. So it is said, true arcanery thrives. Ravagers of armor and will. Not born from
Alright, I'm gonna. You wanna rotate bottom, guys?
If you can.
mind.
Yeah, I'll swap again. Guys will swap, so I'm gonna swap up all over again.
I exhort Trionis. I proceed.
Did I get hit by that?
Not be interrupted.
No way, right?
Concentration.
Oh, I just see.
Go.
Yeah, I said they swap. That's why we're swapping again.
Dire's structures are fortified.
We can swap to this last either probably.
Khalid's most cunning fabrications.
My skills aren't.
Or at least get Jingo. Fine with
Look
me.
upon you. Short-sighted of you. 'Tis
We don't need 3 bottom.
I am committed. Gold for little toil.
Oh, look at it go!
Care puck might be bottom. Puck might be bottom.
Yawn. Yes.
Oh my god, you gotta. Fuck his bottom here.
Forge spirit.
Or bottom.
Your bottom
at
tower
least
is
far
under
side.
attack.
Athwart my path.
They're all missing from bottom.
I'll keep it in mind.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
It'd be cool if you guys had vision bottom, so you can see things like Dazzle appearing out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'll buy a word.
I'm well aware of it.
Midas. He fucking hooked and got himself killed.
Haste. Fight me. Plucked from unstoppable. Doctor. Thus and so.
Johnny's gonna be here in about 1 to 2 hours.
Such tedium.
Gabriel, can you leave a word for me to buy next time?
An incantation no remember.
You don't have to buy all of them.
Needs be.
Fudge's bottom. Pockets as well.
Over yon. The spell seal of Wexort. An honor to fight me. Orbs light my heart. I'm under attack.
Nice, Jocelyn.
The enemy's middle tower.
Oh shit. Oh, it's okay, I got the tower.
Strange time to hibernate.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hello, Balon. It's been a long time indeed. Where have you been?
Your middle tower is under attack.
The prize is mine.
Time.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Who threatens my concentration? One of my favorites. Arax, descent of fire. The learned ones strike me home. I'll keep it in mind.
Pockets bottom again. Oh no, that's just illusion.
Changed work schedule? Did you get a new job?
Of course.
Hello, Haku. What's the matter? You doing okay, bro?
Die unto death. Well away. Experience true swiftness.
Hello, Gunawan. Yes, I stream every day.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Me. My totality eclipses the cosm. Away.
Actually, I shouldn't have farmed this one. I should farm that wave here. Oops.
Seal of Wexort. Hearken unto me. Knowledge is power.
Oh shit.
Thus and so. Exhort, quas exhort. I'll not be interrupted.
Hey, you can go somewhere else, Omni. I don't need help here.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Unto battle.
They can't kill me unless they bring Dazzle and Lifestealer. That's fucking. That's literally what Monkey King does. That's the entire hero right there.
A charming hex. Yes. Colby's Mercury abound. Invisibility.
Uh-oh.
Oh man. Here's just walk away.
Nice Sunspike, by the way, Invoker. That was fucking awesome. Easy kills.
You mean the one on Pudge at top?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I knew that guy was up to something.
Oh, I knew he was too. I
Yeah, that
totally
whole
thought
bottom.
he had a friend, but I'm like, yeah, I can still kill you anyway. Fucking. Just, come here, bud.
Recalled from the yon side.
Juggernaut TP bottom.
Fine. Perfect. My mind is my arcane.
Dazzle is TPing.
I'm coming bottom.
Good.
I am committed.
I'm TPing.
Mindfully.
Oh my god.
A smoke incantation
This is the wrong spell by far.
in the omniscience. Such justice mandate of all. Was. I'm not ready. I'm under attack.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, please kill.
I'm down here.
Yeah, I hope you're doing alright, Hawk.
Nice.
Thanks,
Fucking
good one.
Midas this creep.
Yeah, actually I overestimated the joke.
It's the best.
Good runes.
From the great mystery.
Your top tower is under attack.
With speed.
I'm gonna go somewhere else, guys.
I proceed. This bores me.
I'm coming.
Fight me. Spirit experience true swiftness. Concentration.
Morning, we play. Hello, Ricky. Hello, Serbish.
Fight me. Witness forge spirit. Pretty. I'm well aware of it.
Oh my god, he's
I'm screwed.
Keep it in mind.
Anjak is here.
The enemy's
No
top
ulti
tower
on
has
Jack.
fallen.
Proceed.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, he used his poison. I don't want to go in.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom
Oh, thanks for that
tower is under
boundless.
attack.
Hey, you know, we couldn't risk a, what do you call it?
Shalgrave.
Yeah.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
With speed.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
'Tis tedious. A charming hex. Vex exalt.
Luckily, Buck is taking Jug's farm. Well,
No, I haven't really used this one much. Actually, I kind of used it at the beginning, right? I used it to kill Puck.
Harlex incantation of incineration.
Oh, you
Oh,
killed him
nice!
anyways.
Nice.
Concentration. Arcana known only to me. True swiftness. True arcana. Exalt, Vex exalt.
How did I not, like, go in the right angle?
Sun, stay near.
Exalt Trionis.
oh man,
I'm well aware.
no help. I'm fine.
Have omniscience.
Oh man, I just used all my spells and stuff.
Stands ready. Not yet.
Holy shit.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
So it is said.
Your middle tower.
So
You hate
I
playing
think
Dota, but
like
love watching
our
it?
timing is when we're so strong that Dazzle becomes irrelevant.
Your
I
middle
guess that's
tower
quite a bit later in the game.
Oh, nice.
Insipid
I know. Thanks.
athwart my path. Well aware.
Whoever gave me that clarity, how dare you?
Let's see, they're looking for me. They're just fucking fuck Monkey King.
Ever fucked a monkey? 20-minute rinse.
Enlightenment is committed.
Take it, Lulu.
Forgotten gains. Yes. My spirit reigns.
Your top tower is under attack.
Mine is my art.
Did I not fucking cold snap him earlier? What? I still almost has relic.
Well, good. That's not even useful.
Well, it'll be useful when you're trying to jump on a tree.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as my timing this game is, I don't.
Okay.
I remember now what I was about.
Snap doesn't work on self damage. Are you sure? I think it does.
The learned one strikes. Enlightenment stands ready.
Gather round. You took that.
Such tedium.
Yeah, that Pudge's juke was really good, ally. I agree. Very good juke. I was like, why didn't he just go up here? But like, why would you go down here? I guess it's because he has allies coming, so he only wanted to juke for like 1 second.
Tis tedious.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Behold,
For that hunt.
ill luck upon you.
Shadows take us.
As needs be.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
Well,
damn
I
it.
will remember.
This Pudge is bad. I don't really care about this.
I am committed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fury abounds.
Run.
Words of power. Hearken unto me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Knowledge is power. An incantation long in witness. Gaster's mandate of impetuous strife.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm well aware of it.
Why my guy stop moving?
Avowedly. I unto death. Over yon.
is under attack.
Well away.
Your top tower has fallen.
Fine. Haste. This bores me. Wexhort. I've forgotten you already. Wex exhort. Hindergast.
Oh,
Hook me up.
On justice.
Ugh.
The prize
Thank
is
you.
mine.
you're welcome.
Thus and so.
I was eating bacon.
He'll look upon you.
Don't mind her. She's Romanian.
What?
Nothing. Hi, JT. How
I
you
play
doing?
carry when I don't play with you. That's your job when I play with you.
Who? What?
Concentration.
I said that I play carry
Boss exhort.
when I don't play with.
I'll take that.
Okay.
Hey, stay near.
Oh man,
Did you mean to elude me?
I should buy my Yules. Yeah, I should have bought Yules a while ago.
Gabriel punches there. Oh, I saw him walking towards bottom.
From the source of self-knowledge.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Creation. I return. Away true arcana.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Behold,
Time to gather round.
Did he chant? I guess he did.
fight me.
English only, please.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My path. From the great field of Wexhort. Such tedium. Not yet.
Omni Knight, you see this?
Oh shit.
Oh man, they're all here. What the fuck, man?
I can buy back.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, my back.
Oh, we're buying back, but I canceled my TP. Fuck.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
Man, what a fucking bad meteor.
I don't think we should team fight right now. Like, they want to force it, that's why. It's GG's then, I guess.
Yep.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Dude, English only, man. You see everyone else is speaking English, right?
Tower is under attack.
Hello, Raphael.
Your middle tower is under attack.
How about you just follow the rules without complaining? How about that, man?
Dire's courier has been killed.
Ooh, good courier snipe. Just realized they're way ahead in kills.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they're individually their players are not very good. We're just not playing well against what they have dropped.
Your
Ah,
top
we're a new
shrine
5-stack.
is under attack.
Okay.
I'm still sleepy.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Hey, yeah, Omniknight, you should turn off your auto attack.
Your top shrine has fallen.
Yeah, no, I think that'll screw up your game. Not just your game, but one sec, I might die here.
I am committed.
That meatball was really bad.
I'll keep it in mind. As needs be from the great mystery. Animal one!
Get him.
This bores me.
The Dazzle's like kind of a core, huh?
Your
He has the core
shrine has
items.
fallen to the dark.
With speed. Infelicitous. Fine.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh my god, my Yules, man, I'm so slow.
Holy shit.
All right, that's
Hit the healing ward, please.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is
Oh,
under
nice, you
attack.
survived.
Oh, die, die,
Die, Jug. Die. Die.
die.
Die. Die. Die.
Your
Think
top
Are you
tower is
fucking
under
He's gonna survive that.
That was so close.
Your top tower is under attack.
Why would I buy BKB, man?
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
I don't know why they're not taking Rax right now. That's really bad.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
The universe was not the
Your
same
bottom
without
shrine
me.
is under attack.
Wherever I go, one of my favorite behold.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
What a fucking piece of shit. There's a gem there.
Oh.
You guys are ignoring our Joker right now.
Oh my god, my Yules. I was gonna use him.
Middle barracks are under attack.
He doesn't have Omni Slash.
Your middle
Oh no. Piero.
Oh,
Yeah, we lost, guys. I'm like 90% sure. Hello,
Your
Marco.
middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
RJ, what the? You know, we have many Indians who donate, right? I don't care about your specific situation, or man. There are Indian people who donate, man. So why don't you act like you don't know everything? Holy shit. It's okay, Monkey King. They're just, you know, Herald's Crusaders. Fucking irony, man.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Are under attack.
Ah, that's a slaughter. Oh my god.
Is under attack. Your top barracks are under attack. Enemy down. Victory.
Hey guys, let's focus on having fun and not so much winning.
yeah.
Alright, let's do another one. It's okay, dude. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay, Gabriel. Look at my score. I did pretty bad.
Smarana commended me. Ugh. 18 feeds? Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I need to wake up. Someone slapped me.
If you
I know
want.
nobody cares, but I feel like that was totally winnable. Just saying.
Oh no, every game is winnable.
Except the
Some
ones
games aren't
against
winnable.
the OpenAI.
I think if we just avoided team fights until about like 35-40 minutes, we would have been doing much.
It's okay. We will.
You're probably
win the
right.
next one.
Is playing Invoker so hard? Yeah, he's like the most difficult hero in Dota 2. What are you saying? Is playing the most difficult Dota 2 hero difficult? So how's the hospital work, Gabriel? Yeah, Korean guy. Yeah, you said you're Eljo earlier. I got you. Thanks, man.
Yeah, that's good.
Somebody just say something.
Yeah, work is good.
Hold on, I gotta turn up your volume. Can you talk again, please?
Yeah, I'm actually on.
On
I'm
what?
actually kind of on call right now, or like on support right now. So I'm hoping no one calls.
Oh, okay.
It's been quiet, so that's good.
Are you at home or are you just at your workplace waiting to do something? Are you at home or are you
At home.
Okay. Hey Gabriel, I noticed that I think that you have your speakers on, and when I talk I can hear myself, I think.
Yeah.
Do you have
Sorry about
headphones that you could use?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how to set up all the audio from
The push to talk.
Discord as well as the game and YouTube channel.
Okay. Just turn off the audio from the YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm pausing the YouTube channel for now.
Yeah. Singapore English detected? That's racist.
Gabriel, I put the print screen on Discord. You can see how to set up the push to talk.
No, let me give you guys some points. Oh wait, that's the wrong betting winner.
Oh, you just gave points to everyone.
Okay, everyone gets points, but the people who bet on lose get double points. Merry Christmas! The one guy who bet on lose.
How dare he?
Good job, Joe. Let me read these comments properly. Yeah, Pudger's good. Arkwood's tough, yep. Techies is good, yep. Code on call. You know what? It actually feels kind of good being on call while playing video games. That's kind of like shitting on company time. You know what they say? The boss gets $1, I get a dime. That's why I poop on company time. Although I guess there's this certain anxiety that you get that you may have to abandon your game at any point. So, I don't know. I'm sure there's a balance. Thank you. Where are we? I had such a nice dump today. Y'all know straight up destroyed that bad boy. Okay. Absolutely, yes, all attack speed item also increase attack speed jug when jug omni, yes. Better damage item than speed, like butterfly or other damage item. That is a very generalized statement, sir. I don't know if I agree with you. And Jug's my #1 hero. Hello, Tundra. Hello, Julius. People who didn't bet at all, do they get points? I'm just gonna ignore that comment. You can't play with Invo, ha 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 ha.
Your turn to ban.
Do I need to ban you? Ha 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 ha.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Hi, Archinar.
Your turn to pick.
This fucking gaming guy betting for points. Hey, Mr. Billionaire. How about you just don't try to trash talk me? Okay? That's why we have this button for you, man. Janbo, this button's for you, okay? Watch what the Blue Span bot or Blue Span says in the chat, okay? Just read it. What am I eating? I was eating bacon. Kind of want to play some Templar Assassin, guys. Oh wait, oh man, they have DS now. Supposed to buy BKB, but DS Rex TA. Hey Archinar, that bacon that I ate was so delicious, man. Perfectly crispy and salted.
10 seconds remaining.
It's not like the kind that's Actually, hold on, let me think about these picks. Hello Zuna, have I had a Five Guys burger and fries? They have one in Vancouver. I've never tried it. I saw some YouTube videos of reviews of Five Guys burgers and fries. Okay, Blitz Spanks, you know what? Blitz Spanks? Even though this is a terrible
10
pick
seconds
and
remaining.
terrible hero, I'm doing this one for you, buddy. We're doing it. Five Guys in Bahrain. Five Guys in Bahrain. Are we talking about the same thing? Five Guys is a burger chain here in North America. Do they have that in Bahrain? Are we talking about the same thing? Hey, we memeing now. Oh man, they have so much damage over time for me. And this guy's got like 5,000 games, I guess. We lost. It is the same thing. Oh wow, I'm surprised that Five Guys is that prolific. Prolific? I don't even have Five Guys in my city.
Your turn.
But
to
in
pick.
Vancouver they have one. And yeah, I watched YouTube review of Five Guys Burgers and Fries video, and it looked pretty good. But I don't know, I've had a lot of fancy burgers, and they all just start tasting very similar to me. Yeah, SS Shackle instantly destroys refraction instances. Yeah, that's right. So this is actually a suicidal pick. Alright, Mr. 289 MMR, you're gonna have to carry hard.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Luna. Nice. You wanna go Drow? You know how to play Drow? Or do you know how to play TA?
I think so. I would love to play Drow. I don't think it's a good pick this game.
Sure.
I think I'm in doubt, and therefore I should pick Legion.
Sure, that's fine too.
All right.
Can I have wards
Elsie,
and
just tell
tangos?
me what to
Wards,
do.
tangos to TA, please? You guys can't wait. Thanks, Blitzbanks. Thank you.
Lanaya.
Can I join your party? Janbo, I only play with people I know, man. Know well, like really well. And you just fucking came in here, started trash talking me right away. Fuck that.
Clearly.
Oh, come on, come on. Come on, give me the word.
In secret.
Come on, you cow.
So be it.
Blue, make eggs on TA, come on.
It's in
Alright, Sahil, you make donation. $10 US.
Strange.
I'll make eggs on TA. Actually, no, I make it at 15.
That is clear. As the temple requires.
So Blitzbanks. I think you mentioned the other day that bottle was bad on TA, right? I think I heard you say that. Now, I don't have an opinion on this because I don't really play this hero at
30
all.
seconds to battle.
But I would think that bottle is pretty good.
Readily.
Is this my Smurf? What does the title say? The title of the stream chat say?
No, I wouldn't charge at all, actually.
Temple directs.
If you buy a bottle on TA, you deserve to lose every game you play.
So it is revealed. Yes.
Carrot
The
Top,
battle begins.
what are you doing?
I vow it. Well, that's it.
This
The
Lulu
secret
Tango.
is out.
Always
I,
dancing on the line of feeding and just about feeding.
Readily.
I'm starting to wake up, so now it's just about feeding.
So be it.
Alright, Jambo, you want to donate $20 US?
So it is written.
You want to do that?
Elude me not.
Seriously?
By myself. I vow it. Another scale of ignorance.
Oh my god.
Strange.
Hey, there's no reason for you to take creeps, and you just got hit a lot
Yes.
by trying to do that.
Ours. As the
Quack.
temple requires. pursuit of the mysteries. Interesting.
TA can't live without dagger? So you implying that if she does not have dagger, she dies? Well, I don't have dagger right now. I'm alive.
A trail of clues. I know it.
Yo, Lagger, you okay, buddy?
Thanks.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Revelation.
Alright, man.
That is clear.
Leave the illusion room.
Now
Yeah,
we see.
let's see here. Hey, Gabriel, go over here and then charge one of those guys top. But you don't want to run through mid because then they see you.
Ah, strange.
Okay, they might see you. You could do it like that.
Clues to follow. So it is revealed. I sense a mystery. So be it. Readily.
Fucking sniper!
Never. As the temple requires. Yes. Yes.
This is like level 1 trap now. Look how little damage it
You
does.
could be pressuring the sniper, by the way.
As the
Must be.
temple requires.
I don't think this.
I don't know.
I don't think there's any kill
Like-
potential.
Clearly.
Okay.
No, TA is pretty weak before level 6.
By my oath.
Oh wait, I could have got the illusion. Oh wait, there is no illusion.
So it is revealed. Yes.
Yeah, I feel like
Now
Bottle's
Oh,
good
I
on
see.
TA because like, I naturally go and stack camps anyways, and then you just check the rune in at the same time.
Ah, strange. My purpose is clear. That is clear. Readily.
Oh, he's going all in on this one, huh? Oh, going all in on this one, eh? You wanna kill me? Come here.
On my way.
Didn't think so, huh? Oh fuck, I should spot boots.
In secret. Your top tower is under attack.
4, I don't know if to stack this.
Interesting.
No.
Secret blessings. Your middle tower is under attack.
Spearbreaker, can you charge sniper?
Yes.
The moment you see
Your
him?
middle tower is under attack. Clearly.
Spearbreaker, can you confirm that you heard what I said?
I'm under attack. On my way. For the temple. On your guard.
Back, 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 back!
TP.
And you get it back when I say back.
Not.
But thanks for charging.
So it is revealed.
How? What? He headshot the fucking catapult!
In secret. I know it. As it's a trap. That is clear. By
my oath.
Careful, Jocelyn.
I'll hide this away. So be it.
You could give him to me.
The truth is near. Elude me not.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Readily.
Did he just shrapnel that? Did he just shrapnel that?
That is clear.
I think I'm gonna miss the stack again, man. Oh my god. I'm so bad at TA. Look at this. Fucking complete fail stack. I might be able to save you. Keep running. Yep.
Why is Sniper here?
So be it.
He sees easy kill.
In secret. Interesting. My purpose is clear. Clearly.
Not Desolator first. One of these. One of these. That's good for now.
Yes.
Nice.
In pursuit of the mysteries. A trail of
Come on,
clues.
fucking stupid ass ogre, come here. Need to stack you.
I see. Another scale of ignorance shed.
That stack? You finally stack?
I vow it.
Didn't it fucking stack?
Strange. On my way. Set. Regeneration. In a hidden place with you.
Sniper's missing from it again.
Sources revealed.
It's probably in the jungle. Yeah, there he is.
On my way.
Can I fucking make it? You know, I actually need to do the calculations to see how long it takes me to run to this ancient stack and actually successfully fucking stack it.
Revealed. Yes. I vow it.
Hey, Elsie, can we... never mind.
I know it.
Oh shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Now I see. Conceal yourselves.
What? There's a sentry here?
The snare is set.
Shadow Shaman TP middle.
Tower is under attack.
Trap set.
Your top tower is under attack.
By my oath. As the temple requires.
Fucking rune.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior. Your middle
Spearbreaker
tower
charge
is
sniper,
under
please.
attack.
This will do nicely. It's a trap. I vow it.
Your middle tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
Clues to follow.
Oh, sorry, man. I got you killed.
I'm under attack. As the temple requires.
Yeah, no, no, they have a lot of ways to stop you from charging.
Clearly.
Okay.
I sense a mystery.
Top is missing.
Yeah, I'm missing both. Oh.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Never mind, it's
Your
okay.
middle
We don't have to
tower
fight
has
these guys.
fallen.
I take it. Ready. Strange. trail is fresh. The temple directs.
Oh, good kill.
Revelations
This Terrorblade's garbage.
Das ist gut.
in secret.
I don't need
On
out
your
by
guard.
I prefer you make space elsewhere.
Yes. So be it. I vow it. Yes. Illusion. That is clear. Clearly
Hey, can you charge sniper?
in secret.
You see him? Never mind.
By my oath. Readily,
Fuck!
as the temple requires. The truth is near. What would you have done with that? The truth is near.
Don't charge, don't charge.
Stop begging for attention, okay? Kitty.
The temple directs. Interesting.
Your top tower is under attack.
I know it.
Got him.
Your bottom
That's not
tower
worth
is
it.
under attack. So it is written. Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
In secret.
Oh, yes.
In a hidden place with you.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Can you charge Shadow Shaman, Spearbreaker? Charge Shadow Shaman,
Your
please.
bottom tower has fallen.
Swiftly to the temple's defense. As the temple requires.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ah, strange. Set.
All yours. Care, Spearbreaker, care. Okay, he probably did.
You're
Does
dead.
he have Sunder?
Probably
no,
have
Dawson.
Thunder.
Okay.
I know it.
There was like after Shaman died, you should have canceled immediately.
Clearly.
We should have told him.
So be it. Secret blessings. By my oath. On my way.
I guess Spearbreaker is a really hard hero to play. He seems easy, but you have to have knowledge of all the other heroes and how they gank and who's gonna use what abilities. So.
In pursuit of the mysteries.
Oh, man, when am I gonna get this fucking Meteor Hammer?
Elude me not. On your guard.
Where is Sniper?
Is clear.
Careful.
Sniper is fucking with me because he has nothing better to do. What the actual fuck?
Now I see. As the temple requires.
Can you guys
Blitz.
stop buying observer wards? Because I can't get any. Thanks.
The trail is fresh. So be it. A trail of clues. Clearly.
Lion, can you get ready to go on Dark Seer without... Okay.
Set. By my oath. Set.
Wait, kill Shadow Shaman? I'm just gonna run it. Spirit, charge him.
Trap set. So it is written. I sense a mystery.
Oh man. Too deep. My bad. Didn't realize you were all coming.
Yeah.
Alright guys, so... buy the Observer rewards, but just leave them on the courier, okay?
Your top tower is under attack.
I mean, there's not much, like, we don't have a tier 1 here. Like, why is there a word there?
Your top tower has fallen.
Hi, Motley.
Let's keep that between us. Right?
Hey, Spirit Breaker, if you see Sniper bottom, can you charge him, please? Thanks.
I'll hide this.
He's gonna be bottom.
Yeah. Charge him right now.
Your
He's
top
on here.
tower is under
I guarantee
attack.
he's gonna be.
You know it. Set.
Comments here, of course, because I'm here.
The temple requires.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're all.
I'm under attack.
I think you should cancel SP.
Yeah, cancel, cancel. Cancel for now. Cancel! Cancel!
Holy fuck.
My purpose is clear. I vow it. On my
So we made a bunch of rotations. I'm gonna go top.
Alright.
My purpose is clear. In pursuit of the mysteries.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Clues to follow. Ah, strange.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Take it anyway.
Shadow Shaman TP top. Careful top now.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
No, 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 no.
So it is written. Yes. Readily. Blessings. The truth is near. Clearly. On your guard.
This
We
terrible
might be able
usually
to
by
set up a.
himself. Should be able to catch
We
him
might be able to set up a gank for Sniper.
up. Shaman's there though.
Yeah. Well, we might be able to pick off Shadow Shaman. Though. Yeah, he knows for sure.
It is revealed.
Actually, this is a bad fight. Can we back? Can we back? Can we back?
I think we should do this. Never mind.
No, they have the shrine and so many
Radiant's
people.
courier has been killed.
You fine guys, don't worry about me.
I better buy that TP.
Your top tower is under attack.
There are stacks here.
Wow. Where's the
Your
stack?
top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
As the temple requires.
Oh, that is way too early to stack. Oh shit.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh man.
Your middle tower is under attack. Fresh. Dire structures are fortified.
On my way.
There's 3 mid.
Blink dagger. That is clear. Train cruise. Clearly.
You should not put it anywhere. You should give it to me.
Can you charge Earthshaker mid, please? Or char. Oh, man.
In secret.
Yeah, I'm right next to you. I have blink. Although they can keep me to the shrine, so you should be really clear.
I see. Revelations.
Finish this charge, please.
As the temple requires.
Can assign solo charge.
Uh oh. I'm gonna be sacrificial. Go again. Get back. 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 Get back.
So be it.
Oh, shit.
I vow it. By my oath. So it is written. That is clear.
All right. I think I can triple stack, guys. You wanna watch this? Go like this.
Now I see. In secret.
I think I triple stack. Nope.
So be it.
Yep.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
By my oath.
Oh my god, this one didn't even stack. Hey Blitz, usually I focus on my farm, but to be honest with you, I actually am not even trying this game.
Elude me not.
Sometimes you gotta experiment a little bit, you know? This one's stacked okay, Janbo. I think you know you're so smart, right?
As the temple requires.
You guys are fighting 2 versus 5 right now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I vow it. Set.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
How long does it take to... Where's the fucking courier?
The temple direct.
Your middle tower
Easy.
is under attack.
Courier.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
You should not
Your
finish that
middle
charge.
tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
So it is written. Not yet.
Oh man, we lost Rex.
So be it.
Your middle
Holy
barracks
shit.
has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
This is real Terrorblade here.
On my way. Clearly.
I need another item.
That is clear. Interesting.
There's definitely something.
I see. As the temple requires.
Yeah, I don't know if we can beat them in a team fight, to be honest with you. I think we can't. We have pretty garbage team fighting lineup, so I just have to split push them, I
So
think.
it is revealed.
So if I were to split push them, I would want to go right. And BKB.
I sense a mystery. In secret. Set.
What is he doing?
Clearly.
Is that an illusion?
It's not twilight.
Go.
Yes.
An illusion.
A trap set.
Back, 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 back! What are you doing?
Ah, strange.
Okay.
So be it.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
I'm under
Wait a
attack.
minute, what?
Why is nobody mid right now?
Hey, don't fight this. We don't. He pop meta for nothing.
Train, please.
Back. You don't have to fight this. No, no, no. That's an illusion. Gabriel.
I know it. That is clear.
Oh, okay. Wanted to test it out.
I see. So it is revealed.
Oh, hello, Vinny. You're late as fuck. Can you charge to this cow, please? Or Shicker? Charge, please. Charge, charge.
We shouldn't do this.
Requires.
Their whole team's here.
They don't have Terrorblade here.
Their whole team's here.
They don't have
doesn't even
Terrorblade
count.
here.
I'm not even scared of Terrorblade.
Know it.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
In secret.
Can you charge, please? Okay. My bad.
Your
Get me
bottom
out of this
tower
game.
is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Are we buying back for this, or are we losing a second Rex?
They can't take it because we have Glyph. And they don't have Terrorblade.
Okay.
But you should be in the general vicinity of the bottom area just in case.
Dire
Lulu, don't
structures
die,
are
please.
fortified.
Like, they don't have... We should fight this right now. Right now. They don't have Terrorblade. I'm gonna TP to the shrine. And we're gonna fight this. And they don't have Echo Slam. Alright, we're just too weak.
Your bottom barracks are
Let's let them in
under
it,
attack.
guys. I don't think we have the farm to fight them. I actually did nothing this game. I'm 2-3-2. Yeah, actually, I should have sold my Wraith Band and bought BKB there. Oh well. Yeah, that would have actually made a huge difference.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You know, I knew this was a suicidal TA game and I picked TA.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanks, Blitzfangs. This Terrorblade's by himself. With everyone over here.
Which one is the real one?
This one right there. Never mind. It's not by himself anymore. It's okay. It's okay. We lost. It's okay. We lost. We lost.
Your middle tower
got the push power.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen.
I think we got after pretty hard.
The enemy now has mega.
Yeah, it looks that way. I blame Blitz because you play PA for him.
Yeah, you know, that's actually a really good
Is under attack.
reason. Okay, Gabriel. Thanks for trying.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
GG.
Radiant victory.
Hottie or
for playing
two,
with us,
you guys are
Gabriel.
welcome to join us. Yeah, I think we don't have any team fighting capabilities at all. We have okay ganking abilities, and our split push is bad. So team fight bad, split push bad, ganking is okay. So those are the 3 team fighting strengths of any lineup, but we don't really excel at any of those. Okay, Hottie or two. You guys are welcome to join us, Hottie. Oh, there you are. Okay. Yeah, I think we're destined to lose every 5 versus 5, so we just had to split push or gank them, but they stuck together a lot. So it's just... Yeah, we had to outplay them really hard by ganking them and splitting them, but our heroes are not that good at splitting. So we just have to gank them really hard. But that requires a lot of execution.
Hey, Hottie.
Yeah,
Hi, Hottie.
I think there were cases where we wasted time, like, debating whether we definitely couldn't fight into them. If we just kept farming, we would have been fine, I think, or less bad off.
I don't know, because when they pop meta and then Mantis style illusion TB, they challenge us right in
TB
front of
was
our
by
high ground.
Like we didn't target TB enough though. Like TB was by himself the entire game. It was the 4 gank squad and TB on opposite
We
sides
were
of the map.
losing the whole game. I'm looking at the graph right now. We were
Yeah,
losing pretty bad.
Like their Terrorblade was actually really terrible at Dota, and we could have easily overwhelmed them. We were way too scared of Terrorblade and way too not scared of the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on the Spirit Breaker to make good ganks, but yeah, he was actually Spirit Breaker. I think has the most important role in this game, but unfortunately, he's one of our most inexperienced players. So it was his job to basically make really good ganks to stop them from 5-manning. It's okay. It's okay, Gabriel. Nice try, buddy. Yeah, the Spirit Breaker was the playmaker.
Yeah, we missed opportunities at the beginning because of how we warded as well. We could have stopped Terrorblade in the jungle, but we just didn't have vision for it because all the wards were placed poorly.
Okay, Lulu, when you buy wards, sometimes you don't have to keep them all in your inventory. Sometimes you just buy the ward and simply just leave it on the courier, and then you can tell Magnus, hey, there's a ward on the courier for you if you want to put it down.
Yeah, the thing is, Gabriel bought all the words at the beginning, so... And then he came top, so all the words were top.
Yeah, like that's the problem. It's like you can't just place them where you are. You have to place them in good places.
How's everyone doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm excellent. What did you all do over the weekend?
Sorry, can you say that again?
What did everyone do over the weekend?
Work.
Oh no.
My little sister came to visit. Oh, you know, I was thinking to invite you to hang out, but I actually just straight up forgot.
Don't worry about it. That's
Were
very
you even
thoughtful.
free this weekend?
I went camping, so no.
Oh, how was that?
It was nice. I think what matters most is the group of people you go camping with.
You're saying your group was trash?
No, fortunately they were a lovely group of people, which was
okay.
nice.
Jambo, do you always act toxic or just today, man? Fucking come here, start trash talking me, trash talking my team. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Is that how you make friends? Jesus Christ, this guy's gotta be like 13 years old. Oh man. I think when our Luna had BKB, we probably could have taken like a 4 versus 5 there. Specifically a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, like the Luna ended up doing like 2 versus 4s, so like that didn't work.
No, Jocelyn, you're doing fine. If you trash talk one more time, I'm banning you. Let's just make it clear, okay?
When I dueled, I actually would have killed Shaman, but I was looking at what happened. They actually chained their vacuum aftershock perfectly, and that like gave them just enough time. It's kind of disappointing how good they were compared to us.
Sorry, could you say that again, please?
I said I was looking at that last duel that I did.
Yep.
They actually chained their vacuum and aftershock perfectly, one after another.
Oh.
And that gave them just enough time to save Shaman. Otherwise, he would have died. It's kind of, I don't know, it's disappointing how much better in that regard compared to our team.
Yeah, Jambo, tell your mom she's fat or ugly. Just my opinion, bro. Just say something like that, man.
Your turn.
All right, I gotta play. Oh, is this a rematch? All right, I'll play here. I'm good at.
What is it? It's the same team as before.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, all right, I'll play Jug or something. Should be easy game.
Your turn to pick.
Do it! Just do it!
The Rachi's just a kid. Maybe he has some hope, but maybe he doesn't. We're about to find out real soon. That's right, Steven. There you go. Johan, you're quite optimistic, aren't you? That's an attitude a person who's quite happy with their life would have, and I'm happy for you, man. I'm more in the middle, you know. Sometimes I'm like, he's just a kid. You know, he might be capable of learning. And sometimes I'm like, this guy's a fucking useless piece of shit.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
What did I say that was toxic? Alright, Janbo, explain to me how I'm toxic. Explain to me one thing that I did in this entire stream that was toxic. Go ahead. I'll wait and listen to your reply, okay, man? Johan, do you still have hope for this guy? Blitzbank's never toxic? I've seen you scream at people. Calling them retards.
Your turn to pick.
Oh shit, they have Phoenix. Good thing Jug counters Phoenix.
Your turn to pick.
How many times
Moist
do you
snail
want to
poop. Snail poop says give Tina
one
snacks.
is too much.
Oh, snail poop is here. Oh, long time no see. I'll do that after this game.
You know, Johan, his English must be pretty fucking bad to misunderstand what I said. I said, tell your mom she's fat or ugly, but that's just your opinion. I never said that was my opinion. I told him to tell his mom that was his opinion, that she was fat or ugly. So for him to misunderstand something like that, you know, I just don't even want to bother. Keep yourself safe. Wow, their team has... Did they have Lifestealer last game? No, they had TB.
Call me Juggernaut. It's an honor.
So in this particular game, their 5-man is still better than our 5-man, but not by that much. Especially if Dark Willow can land a good terrorize
Swiftly now.
on the Earthshaker and or the Shadow Shaman. So it depends a lot on Dark Willow. What?
If we lose, I get to report Willow. It's all Willow's fault.
Okay, yeah, yeah, that.
Forward.
Can't understand you.
I don't understand what your mind is.
Sorry, I said please don't talk me.
Okay.
You know we cannot report you since we are in party with you. We have to leave the party.
What the fuck, Lulu? Oh my god.
Let the girl play and have fun. Why be afraid of getting reported?
I'm feeling the pressure.
Maybe she likes pain.
I did not think about that.
See? I just tapped my head, by the way.
Onward.
Come on, Lulu. Actually, just go get our rune, okay? Go get ours. Thanks.
Okay.
The battle begins.
Put me in the vanguard. You are mine. Death dealer. As you wish.
Jocelyn, did you get your microphone from a cereal box?
No.
Oh. Was it an oatmeal box?
Sorry, what?
Oatmeal.
Do you mind using headphones instead of speakers? Stun the Phoenix, please. Stun the Phoenix, please. Oh. Wow. Just wow.
Sorry.
Okay, the yellow bird is the Phoenix.
I know who's the Phoenix. You said stun, and then you said the Phoenix after I used my skill.
Okay, chat. Did I say stun the Phoenix from the very beginning, like twice?
Already moving. Yeah.
Wow.
Attack.
Hey Johan, do you still have faith for this
shit.
guy?
Yes. Nice. Fine.
Fucking love retarded snipers.
I'm on fire!
You're giving him some love.
Me in the eye.
Hey Janbo, you know everyone thinks that you're a piece of shit, right? Everyone. But yeah, go ahead and tell yourself, oh, they're all wrong. I'm right. I'm smart. They're all wrong. Go ahead, man.
Of course. Power increases. As you wish.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I missed that one too. That's just amazing.
Attack.
Oh my! Oh.
A fine idea.
Can't last it. Can't last it up. Man, okay, today's not Dota day. Today is not Dota day.
Coward runs.
I need more coffee. Stun Maledict. Stun Maledict.
Face me.
You know, nice try.
Forward. So you say? Right.
Yeah, you know, I'm just not feeling this game right now.
No less than I
Don't really give a
deserve.
shit.
To battle.
Just really don't give a shit about this.
I go. I'm under attack. Already moving. Yeah. Fight.
Why doesn't the shift Q work?
Yes. Run if you can.
You think Witch Doctor is a high skill player, natural talent? Can you explain why you think that? Easy.
Death dealer. With practice comes as you wish. Very well. Heyday. Swiftly now. Ow! On it. Yeah. It's an honor. Attack. You die.
Hey, I need you to right click these guys. Like, you don't have to hide back, just right click them.
You cannot hide.
Yeah, like, there's not too much they can do to you when you just right click them. As long as you don't get hit by Phoenix's the fire spirits, you just right click them. Can you stun this guy?
You are mine.
Never mind.
Ah, shit, I should have one more.
Fine idea. Onward.
Stun this guy?
Whoa, look at it go!
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Can you grab the runes, please?
Attack.
Viper, you can do anything you need, Abby.
Holy fuck, that microphone is so bad.
Sorry, what was that?
Your middle tower
That's
is
okay,
under
it's almost
attack.
there.
As you wish. Your death approaches.
Shadow Shaman's missing.
As you wish.
Never mind, he's back.
Battle.
Bye Yang Monk, thanks for subscribing.
Yeah. Very well. Already moving.
So easy, let me get this straight. You think that Witch Doctor is a very naturally high skill, talented player, and she's just pretending to play bad because it's just Lulu-chan? Do you understand how not logical what you just said is? You maledict? Never mind, I'm just gonna hit back. I'm gonna do a shrine. Oh wait, someone took the shrine.
Forward. Agreed. On it. Of course. I fight. Your death approaches. Yes. You are mine. Very well. Run if you can.
Shaker's mid, Kara?
Oh, I'm sure they are. Why wouldn't they be mid?
Onward.
I think you should be not mid, Willow.
Attack.
Hey, Snellpoop, I am going to get...
Look me in the eye.
I'm not really sure what I'm gonna get. Mjolnir, I think Mjolnir.
In full. I fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
As you wish.
What the fuck?
Let's pressure the bottom top.
I go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Maledict?
You should be
Your
honored.
middle tower is under attack.
As you wish.
Kill this guy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll take that as tribute. Forward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Swiftly now.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Attack.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Last.
Yeshua will fight him.
Of course.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
What kind of gods? Agreed. Death dealer.
What the fuck?
I'm a throw.
How's he faster than me, man? I don't understand.
Approaches.
Oh, that Fisher was so good.
Ask.
So you say what you want, it doesn't matter if it makes sense? Okay, gotcha. Run, 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 run!
On it.
Your top tower is under attack.
It's an honor. Already.
Oh my goodness. Wait, terrorize?
What a waste.
Nice rotation, Swiss. That's great.
On it.
Thank you. I'm gonna shrine top. I don't know if anyone of you would like to join.
And his name is John C.
Thank you, thank you.
Onward.
It's okay, easy. You just have to realize that when you say things, you just gotta make a little bit more sense, you know? I'm coming. We can kill these guys. Can you hit the 8? See it? Don't worry, I'll hit it. Fucking hell! Oh man, I think I can survive if I use my magic wand.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Here again. Agreed.
Hey Johan, he was trying to say that Lulu's good at Dota, very naturally talented, high skill player. So I was just amused by his comment. So I just simply asked him, why do you think so? And he's like, what did he say? He's like, I know, because it's Lulu. And I'm like, that's not a reason. And what else did he say? Basically, nothing that makes any sense. But basically he likes women. I'm pretty sure that's what he means. Because grill, basically.
Already moving.
But, I mean... you know, it's just...
Swiftly now. So you say?
We know this guy's weakness now.
As you wish.
Yeah, it's very clumsy flirting. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I go.
Can you get a Benny?
Very well.
You can probably get him in.
Wow, this is... Jesus. I'm honored, honestly.
Onward.
Oh, nice. Pretty fast though.
Can we defend mid, guys?
Forward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Swiftly now.
Keeping.
Never mind. They actually all backed off this dude.
As you wish.
That's fine. You guys can go back to farming.
A fine idea. On it.
Careful, Hottie mid.
Attack.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Snailpoo, where you go, man? Jeez.
Of course. I fight. It's an honor. Battle Fury! Already moving. I go.
Shaman should be an easy kill if you're positioned.
I bring my blade. Agreed.
I don't know if I want to go for that guy.
The sentry mid anyway.
Okay.
Very well. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. As you wish. So you say?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Already moving.
Fucking man. Omni Slash rings. Jesus Christ. Hit the egg, hit the egg!
Yes. Run. You are mine. Fancy feeding you here.
They have a ward on this high ground.
Really?
Onward.
Your top tower is under attack.
Stand and face me.
Get out, Gotham.
Forward. Face your dead.
We can fight him.
What coward runs?
Shaker first though.
I bring my blade.
We don't really have any way to lock this guy down though, is the thing.
Look me in the eye.
I just remembered I had Draw of Athos and I used it.
As you wish.
Or you say something, Hottie?
I just remembered I had Rod of Athos and never used it.
A fine idea.
Your
Why did
bottom
you
tower
buy
is
that?
under attack.
I'll take that.
What's my healing word? Happy kill?
Very well. Attack.
You're not flirting?
You die.
Okay. So easy, if you're not flirting, that means you're so unaware of the consequences of your actions that your social skills are that low, you know, it's just it's okay, man. Jesus.
Your top tower is under attack.
Usually when you say something nice about the opposite sex, a lot of times it's considered flirting. Especially when you can't even justify it, you know?
On it.
Get back from top.
I fight.
Your top tower is under attack.
Hey, Easy, remember when I tried to get you to justify it earlier? And you're like, okay, I give up. I can't follow you. That's what you said, remember? Because you don't have any logic, man. You had no justification. Would you like me to remind you what you said?
I think we should be fighting all the time right now, guys.
Hey, Blitzbanks, I'm just fucking with him, man.
It's an honor.
Oh wait, you know, actually, yeah, some of you guys are being a little bit mean to him. Go easy on him, guys. Go easy. Man, why is Mjolnir not an item recommended for... Jesus.
Death dealer.
I just... okay.
No less than I deserve.
Oh, Jack, no abilities.
Can't get a sec.
Oh, die! Shit.
Hi, Johnny. You want to play some games after this?
Let's go, Shaman. Come on. Come on.
Okay, let me explain what happened. So, Easy said a bunch of things that didn't make any sense logically earlier. So I basically just I was joking around with him, and I was just joking around with him, right? So I'm just like, okay, can you explain why you think that makes sense? Anyways, but some of you guys kind of took what I said and you ran along with it, and you just started straight up insulting the guy, and that's not cool. Easy, you don't have to say nice things to me. One sec. Why did he buy back? Whatever, doesn't matter. It's not the stack.
Radiant structures are fortified.
My power increases.
And yeah, he didn't deserve that mute, for the record. But it's okay.
As you wish. Invisibility.
Hey, Viper.
Let's
see, I think Earthshaker might be here. If he's there, Atosin.
Yes.
Or Atos, whoever comes. Okay, maybe this on.
It's an honor.
Back here. They have Shrine here. Not the best place to fight. They have Shrine and Egg.
I'll take that as tribute. Stand and face me. All mine. As you wish.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Very well. I bring my blade. Battle.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Seems fair. So you say?
Your bottom tower is under attack. The
They're back
enemy's
from top?
tower has fallen.
Yes, and head bottom.
On it. Yeah. Yeah.
Whew.
It's an honor.
That was close. Jesus Christ.
Of course. Death dealer. You die. So you say?
Body head bottom, please.
Very well. As you wish. As you wish. Already moving. Forward.
He's slowed.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Easy.
On it. There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity. To battle.
Battle Fury situational item on Jug, just like everything else. You did not get banned. You got muted for 300 seconds, like the bot said.
I fight.
There's a misunderstanding.
Run if you can. Yes. Agreed. Attack.
The
Back
enemy's
from bottom,
tower
please.
has fallen.
We want to take mid and
Your
Roshan.
top tower is under attack.
And face me. What coward runs? You are mine. Attack.
Didn't really want that snack. My bad, Snellpoop. My bad. Okay, I'll try to end this game as quickly as possible.
Swiftly now. Yeah. Fight.
Back from mid.
Onward.
I'm going top shop to buy Monkey King bar. Thanks.
As you wish.
I'll deward it.
Yep.
Already moving.
Ready for rough anytime.
Yeah, we can do it right now.
I bring my blade.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Dig that.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
It's an honor.
Help.
Seems fair.
Oh, wait a second.
So you say?
Hey, careful, Clinks. Okay.
Oh, I know they have
Oh.
sentries.
I go.
You're okay. Oh, Viper buyback.
Why buy back?
Your bottom tower is under
On it.
attack.
When we push middle, we should D-ward middle.
To battle.
Okay, Clinks, we can
I
do it.
fight.
Alright.
Your shaman has fallen to the deity.
Of course.
Careful pushing tier 3. I'm gonna push that bottom like this.
Agreed. You are mine. What coward runs? Stand and face me.
That is true. I cosplayed. You know, I can confirm.
Attack.
Pixar didn't happen. You should. All right, Johnny, just link it.
Death dealer. You die.
Hey, thanks to you, Rat Top.
Oh yeah.
Here, don't go in deep. We just want to split them up.
A fine idea.
Careful, top.
Got us back. Alright. Oh fuck a bash. What the hell?
Strength is
Here, back it up a little bit. Just a little bit.
as you wish.
It's okay. We can wait for clinks. Let's just back.
Swiftly now. Run if you can.
Wow, that was a good retreat.
Onward. Very well. It's an honor.
I need a blink dagger before we high ground again.
Sure.
Should be easy to do.
Face me. Attack. What coward runs?
So one of them has a basher, right? With,
Yeah, Lexi.
As tribute.
He's also got Halberd, which is also bad. He's literally the anti-Clinks.
Already moving.
I'm not worried though. He's not good. He's bad at the.
As you wish.
Actually, why am I running? There's a room.
Swiftly now. I'll take that as tribute. Agreed.
Don't wear that in front of me. Oh, right. Oh, sorry, man.
Of course.
I knew you liked it, but I didn't know you liked it that much. Can we push top to 5? We're running out of time on the stages.
Death dealer.
You can stay behind me. You don't have to do a rat game. Hey, I need you to come top. Yeah, all of you. I need all of you to come top.
A flight of fancy.
Right back.
Yeah. You die.
Hey, Viper care. I'm okay, man. I'm totally okay. They think that they can kill me, but they can't. I want them to think that they can kill me.
You thought me gone, did you not?
Careful, back it up just a little bit. Okay.
Onward.
The shrapnel is out. Oh, I don't think he has shrapnel charges. Just stay behind me a bit. Oh shit. Oh, too much help. Too much burst. Kira. I'm dead. Kira. Yeah, you can back it up. Make Lulu cosplay CM and have Tina as the mortal dog. Yeah, you have to ask her that. I can't make her do anything.
Is under attack.
I like to see that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Way ahead of you, dude.
Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't get caught.
Your middle tower has fallen.
So I would suspect that they're TPing. So you, yeah, nice.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
actually
throw it
wanted blinks for the sniper, but actually this works for riding as well.
Oh yeah, man, it's so funny to watch them TP and then you're bloop.
Oh, hey sniper, you don't have a sentry, you're dead.
A minor setback. So you say?
Ooh, now we can push high ground.
I bring my blade. Look me in the eye.
Let's go, guys. 60 seconds, easy game.
Your
No
death
sentry at bottom.
approaches.
You might get jumped. They might know you're alone.
Yeah,
so you might jump
go.
you.
Push bottom. They can't jump both of us. Without sniper.
I'm just saying you don't have to die.
Forward.
Hey, Witch Doctor, you should 100% not be standing there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Holy shit.
It's 2 buybacks. I think you should Rax and go. Viper's out of position.
I'm dead.
So you say?
I think I'm dead.
Juggernaut!
Nope. What?
Oh my god, look at that!
What? They're so dumb.
Woo!
A fine idea.
I think once I have BKB, I'll be basically Rat
As
Monster.
you wish.
Oh yeah.
So,
Fast. Look me in the eye.
they used Fortify and multiple buybacks, including Sniper, so
Nice.
On
next
it.
push should be really.
Hey Lulu, was it 3648 Aegis? Hello Juan.
Yep.
So there's like what?
I'll take
20%
that
chance
as
to Roshan?
tribute.
What makes you think we're...
Forward.
GK, do you have 20 hours of watch time?
Secret shot. Yeah. So listen, I deserve. Die.
Sound effects are on, but I don't know why yours didn't work.
Swiftly now. I fight. Agreed. Of course. Very well. Coming through.
Charge is not up.
Yep.
To battle. The small blade strikes swiftly. Onward.
Thanks.
Already moving. I bring my blade.
Motherfucker. Can you keep one illusion in Roshan, please?
Yep.
Your death approaches.
All right.
Battle.
Oh shit. I cannot save you from that. They're on to you. You're gonna have to switch to bottom. Careful mid, get away from mid, please. You think Roshan's up?
Yep. My illusion disappeared. Yeah, it's up.
Okay.
So you say?
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
You are mine. Onward.
Let's see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into.
I have vision.
It's okay, I blinked in here.
Okay. But Jocelyn walked in.
She was invisible when she walked in. Careful mid. Jocelyn, can you grab the cheese, please?
As you wish. Stand and face me.
Ooh, GG.
I go.
Double damage.
You wanna... Here, I think you can just... Here,
Yeah,
let me see if I can get some attention over here. Can you guys
I
push
agree.
mid?
You
Yeah,
are
they're gonna
mine.
run at me in a sec. So you just, yeah.
Forward. I'm under attack.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You thought me gone, did you not?
Careful, careful, bottom.
Look me in the eye.
Yeah, we have to go in together,
They're
guys.
retreating bottom, push top.
Yeah.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
No! Yes? No! Oh, that was really bad on the slash.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Oh man, I should have looked at the block.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Can you kill this guy, please?
Yeah. Ooh, nice force staff.
Oh my god.
Let's get back.
I don't understand how they have 12 heroes and we have 0.
Your death approaches.
Ooh, man. My Omni Slash so... No, it's my fault. It was my Omni Slash. Should have killed the Shadow Shaman and the Sniper, but I think it killed nobody.
As you wish.
Hey, Dark Willow, can we jump mid?
Swiftly now.
Actually, wait. No. Change that, Get back to it. Yeah.
Yes.
Get ready. When Witch Doctor comes up, we can probably fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Battle.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh,
Your middle tower has fallen.
nice.
get some mana for it.
I'm gonna run
You
straight
just
down.
blink out of my boots.
I go.
Yeah.
Wow! So you say? A fine idea.
Moonshine.
Can we get D wards mid? Kill
You
this
wanna get that courier?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, enemy backdoor should be down, so just try not to die before me and Clinks get there. Oh yeah, you can give the cheese to somebody.
Of course.
Kara.
Radiant's courier.
You know anyone help me? Somebody help me?
I'm coming slowly.
Oh my god! Ooh. What an echo. Good thing I had buyback.
Is hardly
I think that was a stupid fight.
Triple kill.
Oh, and we all die. Looks like it.
bring my blade.
No, I mean, like, I think there was no reason for you to be, like, in that position to begin.
I had Omni Slash there. If I could get it off, they'd be all dead. I think.
Yeah. Double damage. On it. I fight.
Oh shit, it's gonna be bad.
Oh, no.
My bad, I threw the game. Should've Omni Slash right away. Oh god. Oh.
That's dumb anyway. Like, even if you Omni Slash, you might kill one person, then you're dead still.
I can kill two of them, blink out, and then TP.
Like, that's a dieback for you.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
It's okay.
Let's not be
It
like this
happened.
again, man.
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I threw the game so hard, guys. Alright, you guys have to defend us for.
Your ancient is under attack.
My bad, guys.
It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes.
Good game. Good game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ban this guy. He's been toxic before.
Oh no, someone reported me.
Everyone still playing?
Yep.
I gotta go. Thanks for the game.
Hey, you're welcome.
Thank you for playing with us, Hadi. Has been a long time.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Bye bye.
I'm done too.
You're done too. Okay, Jocelyn. Good night.
The Viraj or Blitzbanks, either of you guys want to party? Oh man. All right, Johnny. All right, get in here. There you are. Forgot about you. class right now. Are you serious? Fucking watching a stream from class?
Hey, Johnny.
Stop.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Gabriel, actually 289 MMR, he prefers to be anonymous as possible, so let's just not talk about him. How boring are we talking, the Raj? If it's so boring, why do you even go to class? It's better to take the spell amp or the cast range talent on Tinker. I think if you want to be really safe, you can take cast range talent and forego Ether Lens. Wait, actually, how much is the cast range again? I think it's like 75 or something like that, isn't it?
Sometimes
75 is actually really
I think you
pathetic.
only want me for my hazard suit.
Yeah, 75 is really tiny. Okay, I think in 90% of situations you probably want the spell amp. In very, very rare situations where you're countered by 3 or 4 heroes.
We lost is I went from 11 to 3 at 38 minutes to 11 to 7 at 50 minutes.
Did you say that the real reason we lost?
Yeah.
That's okay, we all make mistakes. Yeah, I think if you get countered by 3 or 4 heroes, Daniel Smith, then you can go cast range talent just to be safe. But 75 range is so small.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
Hi, Beyond Blessed.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Be right back.
Okay. Most annoying hero for me is Techies. Pretty damn annoying.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
When in doubt, go Pudge.
But Pudge, useless hero.
Yeah, I agree.
Didn't I get the most kills as Pudge?
Playing as Pudge due to his uselessness.
Most kills as Pudge? I think you probably did that at least once.
Yesterday.
Yeah, you know, you
Yeah,
probably
I
did
did.
that.
Got the most kills and not the most assists.
Hey Mushi, I'm
But you
good,
got
how are
stun
you?
strike, so it doesn't count.
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. Your turn.
Razor. Pudge is top tier as fuck? The hell are you talking about, Blitzbanks? Mid Pudge? Nah, I don't think so. Don't know where you get your sources from. I mean, I don't exactly follow the pro meta a lot. I know in very, very rare games, Zai might play mid Pudge or something like that, but I think he ends up losing. They usually end up losing. They don't really do that seriously. Is that the real Blitz? Why don't you just click on his channel, dude? You can just click on his channel, and then you'll know. Guys, I'm a little shocked that you guys don't know that if it's a ranked game, you can see the medals. Like you would see Legend 2, Legend 3, Archon, Crusader, Divine, etc. That's what happens when you play in a ranked game, you know? When you play an unranked game, you don't see the medal.
Can I get the analysis of their draft?
Sure.
I don't understand.
Their 5-man is way better than ours. Their ability to pick off heroes is slightly better than ours, although we can still contest theirs. So I don't know, if you're a very talented split pushing player and you keep track of where BH is, you could probably split push well. Andrej, glad you like my patience. I try really hard, man. Woo. Yeah, you can take safe one. Oh wait, Tide versus Stark. I know you can do well versus Tide, I think. But who's their safe? Wait, what? Actually, I'm just so confused about their draft.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Their draft is completely garbage. I hope this blood is good, because whoever goes mid can be completely abused.
Agreed. My current
Prepare for battle.
My friends, this one is in the bag. Forward. Conduct me where you will. I go.
Yeah, they actually have 4 possible cores. Any of these heroes can be cores. Actually, even the Disruptor can be core. So... Come on, Johnny, get your butt over here. I might walk around this corner.
Coming.
Get that Vietnamese ass over here.
Path of
30
least
seconds to battle.
resistance.
Now I gotta win, Lace.
You do.
As you wish.
Oh, it's Tide bottom. Oh, I'm just gonna start taking his damage. He's AFK!
He's AFK.
He's not AFK.
He's DED.
I think he's quite a fast hero,
Trying
isn't
to
he?
go for our wins.
I got him. Dead.
All yours. Wait, I should have gotten the strength. Fuck.
Oh, do you, I think he isn't it retroactive?
He's dead if he goes for ours. Yeah.
Of course.
Let's see if he
I just
TPs.
took 10 strength from Bristle.
Actually, I think you just chase him.
The time has come.
Also, Bungie got the Imbus.
Yeah, his time in lane is worth more than your time in lane.
He's ported.
Oh yeah.
Agreed. The time has come. Denied.
Man, I should have just gone for strength.
Forward.
Hey Slark, if you prefer to fight
No, this lane's
Tide?
great.
Okay.
I bring the razor light. Quick as lightning. Attack! This will come as a shock. Conduct yourself accordingly. Of
I'm gonna turn on this disruptor.
My rage incandesces.
I have boots.
I have Tide.
I go.
Got him.
This will only hurt forever.
I did damage to Tide.
Come on,
That was
land your hook smash.
intentional.
Least resistance.
I did land it.
Okay. Alright. You landed
It was to discourage the Tide from
technically correct.
Direct current. Gold is a great conductor. I'll give you static.
I'm gonna turn on this disruptor. That was not a good trade.
I didn't think it was, but you went in, so.
Back at last.
Yeah.
Very well.
You know what? If I actually had a Fairy Fire and we didn't lose money, I had 68 gold at the beginning of the game.
Onward. As you wish. I sense a connection between us. A bolt from the blue.
Got a cube for the special bet?
I'm out of mana.
I go.
Oh my god.
Lightning strikes. Feel my power. Path of least resistance.
Why can't I fucking move?
My current flows. Conduct me where you will.
Oh, I just brought Courier down here for nothing.
The time has come.
Nice, not have to wait even longer.
Good.
It's okay, I wanted money for tangos first.
Is that a disruptor? Actually, I have 15 HP, never mind.
As you wish.
I took the glimpse for you.
Thanks. Yeah, you can stay in lane and I'll be right back.
I'll stay in lane, I got nothing.
I go. Very well.
Oh, Silvio. Hey, you're welcome for the games, Jocelyn.
Onward.
If Bristleback comes out for a last hit, boss shield me.
Oh wait, here, bring my items.
Yeah.
Quick as lightning.
I still have my clarity.
Oh wait, I can glimpse. He can glimpse me.
We didn't reckon the sentry would. Ooh, he didn't go for rune. I'm going for rune.
Alright.
Oh yeah, there's Queen's Battle. I'm sure Bunny's hitting him now.
I'm under attack.
Nope.
Onward.
He's still there. He's in lane.
Quick as lightning.
What the? Is this Tide here? What the fuck's he doing? I should have seen that coming, I suppose.
I go.
Shrine.
Conduct yourself accordingly. Whip you into shape.
Ooh, nice.
Path of least resistance.
Disruptor's missing the other way.
Very well.
Your top tower is under attack.
How did our mid lose mid?
Of course.
Oops, I ate Tangle too early.
Ride the lightning. Direct current.
He's Archon 3 against a legend, probably.
My current flows. I like to keep current.
Well, I guess he helped you.
Guess so.
Yeah, he needs to be closer.
Yeah.
Like when he's gonna do it at some point. He's gonna come up for an actual last hit. Like while he's hitting, just cast it.
Is under attack.
Conduct me where you will.
But not in the tower.
My energy grows. I go.
Trying to go cool.
Here, I'll be back again.
Of course.
What should I buy?
Oh, I'm miserable.
I go.
Let's fight these guys.
I do not have hook.
Alright.
Well, way out of this cage.
Quick as light. Agreed.
Middle needs help. Middle needs help.
As you wish. Path of least
Fuck off, guys.
resistance.
Jesus Christ.
Onward.
Double damage.
Guess I have no more mana, right? I'll fuck you guys up now.
Conduct me where you
Beastmaster's missing.
I like to
No, he shrined.
very well.
I'm walking as fast as I can.
Use hook right here.
If he slows
But you have
down,
no
I can dismember.
I thought you would go for it.
Yeah. Just a little bit farther. He's really fast.
Hey, I need you to come to me. Okay, escort me. Thanks.
Agreed.
Andy Hunter is level 5. Okay. So he probably
Yeah,
cannot
you
kill
should
me.
be fine. No. I have dismember anyway.
We conduct business. Conduct me where you will.
Plus, I'm pretty sure you're shocking him to death with your passive anyway.
Path
Bottom's
of
missing.
least resistance.
Well played.
My
The mirror.
current flows. As you will. Gold is a great conductor.
Bounty took our root.
Yep. Not as good as this.
Yep.
Tower is under attack.
The Underscape will
Oh.
not be kind. A bolt from the blue. Shocking.
Bella is missing.
My lightning strikes. Attack! The time has come. Of course. Onward.
Alright, I'm trying to fight this type.
Quick as lightning. Mega kill. I go. Path of least resistance. Unstoppable double kill. I go. I'll give you static.
Oh, my last hits, dude.
Gold is a great conductor. Agreed.
Oh, you died.
Oh man. Would have gotten him too.
You know what? That wasn't a bad hook.
This will come as a shock.
Oh, he wants to ravage. There's a bounty hunter here.
There's a bounty here.
As you wish. My current flows. Very well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey Andrews, how you doing, man? Wanna play some games later?
So you know.
Forward.
Oh, there's someone here. My sentry got popped.
Your power flows to me. My rage incandesces.
Good sentry.
Thank you.
I meant to say smoke got popped.
I was wondering, did you buy this sentry? Alright, I think you can play. Yeah, you don't have to use microphone.
As you wish. Conduct yourself.
I saw my static link.
This will only hurt.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Man, I'm hoping I have strength for that. This stupid thing blocked me.
How do you not get strength? Is it not like a 1200 range? With death?
No, it's like 400. Yeah, it's
Serious?
450.
Oh my goodness. I thought it was like a silencer Slark range.
No, it's pretty much melee range.
Slark range is awful. It's not even range, it's just seconds. And it's like only 2 seconds.
Oh.
The time has come. Conduct me where you will.
What the fuck?
He has Ravage, but I have Mech.
He's Kraken Shell him, that's stupid.
I still have Mech for you, so you're good.
Am I?
Oh, sorry, man. Wrong hotkey.
I
Wrong
walked
hotkey.
closer to your mech. Funny thing is, I'm actually pretty sure I would have lived if I just walked out of that static storm like
I care. Why are you doing
to do.
that?
Agreed.
I got you baited by promises of mech.
I sense a connection.
Actually, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Oh god.
Oh shit.
Ah, too ambitious.
Yeah.
Well, I can. No, let's kill this guy. Kill this fuckhead.
There's a bounty around here, I think. I don't have any more vision for him.
Haha. The beast canceled the TP. He's all me here.
Johnny, I'm playing top now.
I was just gonna grab runes.
Actually, you and Slark probably work really well together.
Strikes.
There's lots of
I
stats.
just wanted to grab runes.
I want to take all of Tide's stats. That's my goal right now.
All of his stats?
All of them. Just like he's got 0 strength. I know Moon Shard soon.
I go.
Shim Punch doesn't steal strength.
Yeah. Ah, yeah.
Of course.
Dude, fucking fudge. That guy was guaranteed fucking dead.
Tip Pudge.
But you just have to fucking hook, man. Fuck. That's a rage buyback.
I can feel the rage.
Fudges, man.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Hey, Johnny, I'm coming. I think you just run at him.
This will come as a shock.
Don't worry, Johnny. I had a mech.
The time has come.
I knew I'd be fine that time.
Conduct me where you will. My current flows.
Moist snail
Pudge,
crew.
I'm away from you.
Whose side are you on?
Very well.
Is it the dire side or the radiant side? Or the side of comedy?
Regeneration.
Ride the lightning.
Oh, time to get out of here.
Path of least resistance.
Fuck, those are all his items?
Feel my power. Cheap at the price. Very well.
Oh shit!
I sense a connection between us.
Oh, Johnny, I have an extra.
Are you sure?
I'm actually really bad at using mech. I don't know.
It's okay, I'm fine.
The enemy's middle tower
Bake him away, toys!
What the heck?
Path of least resistance.
Woo!
Zapped your ass. I go.
I am not doing this.
Holy shit.
Johnny! 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 What?
What the heck did I hook?
Whoa! Oh, the bird! You got the bird! Damn.
How unfortunate.
Haha, got them.
That how unfortunate sounded a little ironic to me.
No, I was actually aiming for you.
But the ultimate consequence, and you saying how unfortunate sounded a little ironic to me. Or am I just projecting?
Maybe you're just projecting.
Well, I did get 75 gold for it, so maybe.
Okay, see the irony there? You see that?
I'm gonna kill Bristleback. Pudge doesn't look me.
I'll make sure.
Oh shit.
I'm hitting him from behind because I want more stats.
There's a DD bottom start.
No, I need more stats.
Okay, I'll take it.
I just died too fast.
In that case...
My current flows.
Billy, you want it?
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Beastmaster, that's your own push.
Here.
Oh, thank you.
I go. I go.
Where was it? Thanks, buddy.
Sure.
I'll forgive you for that hook that you missed earlier.
I go.
I mean, I technically didn't miss the hook.
Very well.
I just didn't
on
hit the target out.
Yeah.
Oh shit. What was the point of that wall?
The point of the...
I'm fishing.
field?
For nothing. The disruptor put a wall and the
Ooh, what a nice dark pack.
And it's so funny how.
Why the razor? What the fuck?
No.
Oh no, Pudge.
I liked how effective your escapes were, Pudge.
Your
No,
bottom
Pudge, I don't
tower
have
is
any
under
escapes. I
attack.
just go in and tank.
Oh yeah? What about that TP you're supposed to be carrying?
Your bottom tower
I
is
TP'd
under
in.
attack.
Into their tier 3s?
Yes.
Oh. You gotta teach me how
Your
to do that.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's pretty simple.
Hacks.
Ah. Classic Vietnamese.
I'm surprised you don't know how to do it.
Your middle tower.
I'm an ethical
I know, and you
Vietnamese.
call yourself immortal. Jeez.
Let's fuck these guys up.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I think this Beastmaster is not dead.
What's gonna die?
One more hit! One more! Fuck!
Your top tower is under attack.
The time has come.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ride the lightning. Attack.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Back from mid, back from mid, back
As
from mid.
lightning.
Back. That disruptor disrupted my attack.
I got someone.
Okay. We don't have Slark, guys. We don't have Slark. I have heals for you, Lulu. And Pudge. Gotcha.
Thank you.
My
There's a bounty on me.
energy grows very well.
The fuck was that for?
Yeah. Oh, I gotta do something to save my team. Oh no. Okay, let's just crash this. Oh, we got somebody. He doesn't even realize he's here.
Electric storm. My current
Diving tier forest. Diving tier forest. Diving tier forest.
forward.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Get
I got you.
away from me. Oh, you want some of this? I'm gonna die! Somebody tank the tier 3s, thanks. Tank the tier 3s, thanks.
Quick as lightning.
Yeah, there's gonna be bounty on here. Wait, there's a sentry right there.
It's okay. I placed a sentry right there for you.
Thanks, man.
And Lulu has one here for you.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks, man.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Just like that mech you were supposed to give me. Got him, got him. He's gonna ravage. He wants to ravage.
I don't think he has it yet.
He doesn't have ravage.
He used it before. I think
5
it's
seconds.
still on cooldown.
I bring the razor light.
Ow.
Help! Help! What the fuck? Come on, Pudge. Save the razor.
Like how you saved me with your mech?
Fucking ironic bitter ass bastard.
Bad shit, fucking Pudge. Can't do fucking shit with this guy in the way.
Wow, this Pudge didn't even die.
I saved him. That I did that I do wrong. Should I have let him die?
Yes, every time, please. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm going for the runes by the way.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
The best way to work with the Pudge is to completely ignore him and make sure he gets no ganks and is completely ineffective all game.
Oh.
Hello, Kokarni. I'm good. How are you? Thank you, Santana.
The underscape illumines me. You into shape.
There's a stack here.
Alright, thank you.
Uh-oh.
Of least resistance. Visibility. Conduct me where you will. That's gonna change things.
Wow, that rot was sure super impressive.
As you wish. Ride the lightning. Quick as lightning. Very well. Onward. It's forward. Shocking. Path of least resistance. Agreed. My
He put an observer here as well. Free gold.
I did not think we needed it.
You totally need it.
It's actually your most important ability.
Free gold.
In that
Free gold
situation,
right there.
there is a chance that he just glimpses me, you know?
Ah, shit.
Oh, hey, thanks, buddy.
My current flows to me. My lightning strikes. Of course.
Wow.
Path of least resistance. I sense.
Oh, he almost died. Oh.
I'll give you static.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I need BKB? BKB for what? Let's see, Bristleback, 100% physical damage. Beastmaster, 100% physical damage. Tide, 80% physical damage. Bounty Hunter, 80% physical damage. Disruptor, don't care about Disruptor.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Enemy's top barracks has fallen. Enemy's top barracks has fallen. You now have
I don't know, I feel like Razor's fun and boring to play at the same time.
Aren't all carries boring when you're on the Smurf?
You know what? You were talking about Dag and Bloodseeker yesterday.
Yep.
And I realized I have not tried that in a long time.
Okay, you're right. Not all carries are boring. But I guess you can say Dag and Bloodseeker's not really a carry.
That's true.
Where are the sentries, Lulu? I might get away. Oh. Oh, you dead.
Am I? Am I?
Maybe I shouldn't have hooked you.
Wait, what?
Body block punch! Body block punch!
Yes, please, do body block.
I just need one more blink hook combo for my quest.
Oh
Run
shit!
away.
Oh no!
I saw that,
That's it. I'm so angry. I'm gonna rage buyback right now. Oh, good job, Johnny. Angry Vietnamese.
I got my quest.
Very well.
You just... No. Oh, I got my quest. I'm happy.
I'll be right back in 1 minute. Andreas, would you like to join? Can someone type in stream chat for Andreas to join? Get him in here. Thanks. Be right back. 1 minute.
An ancient account.
Wait,
Do I have a Smurf?
no, dude, this is not acceptable. This guy, who is this guy?
That Andreas guy.
We need to hand out all my low MMR accounts. Dude, ancient, no way, man.
I'm dropping my MMR in this account. Lost 2 games yesterday, felt fine.
You should ask Bluespen. He's back.
Bluespan's back.
Welcome back.
Hey,
Thanks.
Mr. Bluespan. This guy is ancient.
Who?
This Mr. Tuck Lee is
You
ancient.
serious?
Yeah,
Oh wow,
that's too high.
that's pro. Hey, I'll tell you what. I'll play a carry I'm good at now. Try not to throw.
Oh, I was gonna say this is a perfect opportunity to switch to the 1 MMR account.
That would balance it out a little bit, huh? It's okay, I'll just play carry. Carry I'm good at. Without experimenting and being too cocky.
That's no fun.
Yeah, the 1 versus 5, I'm gonna kill you all with Omni Slash. Pro
Yes,
play.
that. JT, you want are you requesting an Ursa game? Didn't Lagger request a hero earlier, or did I imagine that?
Don't remember.
Huh. Lagger, you here? Hello, guy from Philippines. Yeah, I'm good at Ursa. I can play Ursa for you if you want. Thanks, GK. Better donate, JT. Actually, Alex, I'm not sure if you're joking, but JT donates a lot of money to this channel.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Am I playing sport?
Yes, he is. Johnny, you're gonna have to play.
Sure. Yeah, I know.
Bagger said something to Blitz. Oh, Undying's ancient too. This game's serious.
Yeah, where are these Smurf accounts?
They're in my brain.
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Music? I'm Ron Burgundy?
Here's for the Ursa game, my man. Screw you, Alex XXT.
5 seconds remaining.
Alright, done. Thanks, JT.
Actually, I kind of want to say anything.
Hey, JT, I think that you actually don't have to donate any money. I think I actually owe you a lot of heroes. So you could, at any point in time, just simply request some,
Your turn to pick.
some heroes.
Okay, so this guy saying that I should have bought Glimmer Cape to save you guys last game. Do you agree with that?
No.
Because I completely disagree. You guys were going all in tier 3, tier 4. There was no way I could save you with that. So that was a useless item.
100%.
Thank you.
Maybe the correct item would have been E-Blade, so you could save Pudge from fountain diving.
Actually, I did not want to save. I did not want to save anyone. That's why I did not buy any.
Or even better, E-Blade the Pudge while he's rotting, so he does more damage to himself. That would be.
I think Andrich is a good point. Sometimes it's a good item.
Sometimes it's a good item, but I don't think it was a good item this last game. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
I actually have no opinion on your question because it just depends how you use it.
I don't think I actually needed to save you guys. We were doing pretty well.
You know, on second thought, actually, Glimmer would be the worst item because that would give Pudge magic resistance, and we can't have that.
Oh.
So much hate, jeez.
I'll save you, Johnny. Even if you play Pudge. I
don't mind when you play
your
Pudge, Jen.
Pudge play. I actually love your Pudge games.
Pudge is fun.
I love your Pudge games half the time. And your hooks half the time. Fitty fitty.
I like your mech uses probably none of the time so far.
Thanks,
Yeah, like
Brutch.
that one
Thanks,
game,
Vinny.
Passive Mech, that was the best. Enjoyed that.
I defend what is mine. Let them see our teeth.
Prepare for battle.
Fall upon them!
What does our timing look like this game? What do you think?
My friend.
Good question. So we have Sniper, so you just stalled the game. They can push Tombstone.
Yes.
So you are the superstar in this game. We need
I
to make it
know.
to late game. I run around not farming very much, ganking for you. You need Dragonlance, probably Maelstrom. You need to hit the Tombstone. Night Stalker will run at you.
30
I agree.
seconds to battle.
All these things are
For
true.
the forest.
Yeah, I think, what do you call it? Pike or Force Staff is a #1 item for me.
Do you think it's right to flame Eternal Envy? No. I think everyone gets on a fucking circle jerk about Eternal Envy, but like,
Center slow.
you know, it's very easy to start criticizing people, but unless you've been in their shoes, you know, you can't really say. And
Nice
sometimes,
Thank you.
Actually, never mind.
Interloper.
I knew we'd both get stunned.
and sometimes as a business owner, you just have to cut out shitty workers. Am I right?
Is near.
Or sometimes you have to find the best worker for your company, right?
We fight as one.
Actually, wait, why am I blocked?
Join with me.
Wait, what? I have a ward.
I think Andreas gave it to you.
Andrews, let's try not to both get hit by decay.
Man, because of this, I have to get Burrow Strike level 1.
Oops.
Right. Yes. Right. Set upon them.
Do you know how to pull? You should, right?
Fiercely
Wanna pull?
now.
Go pull, go pull.
You are very far.
I should be fine.
Yes.
You don't want to get that hurt so quickly.
Go to. Sweet as who calls me?
Oh shit, man.
Don't turn.
Yes. Honey from the comb.
Here.
The enemy is near. Let them see our teeth. Set upon them.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
First. First blood. Go to.
Run, Lou. Other way.
Your bottom
Hey,
tower
hey,
is
don't
under
TP yet,
attack.
okay? I need you to pick up tangos. You see that?
Seek the foe.
Don't be so aggressive, Lulu.
Against all strife.
Their stun slow will pretty much just kill you. Now that you're below half.
Who calls me? Fiercely now. Another swatted down.
I'm stealing courier if you need something, Lulu.
Oh no, I don't think so.
Notice. They're here. Set upon them.
Man, I took out a third of his health with one caustic. Jeez.
Tracks of intruders. We will. Yes.
Thanks.
Can you stop that?
Yeah, I mean,
No, he failed. He failed.
Come near. I'll rend their flesh.
I probably could have killed Troll if I went in, but I didn't.
E? You got E? Oh man. I think
Hey,
I got
Lulu,
E.
you have a nuke?
not
Wait.
yet.
Yes.
I'm gonna stun, you're gonna nuke.
Hey, get the
come,
runes,
come
guys.
where I am,
Runes.
come where I am.
I got it now.
Tracks of intruders. Let them see our teeth.
Oh man, your nuke's only level 1. I should've looked.
Oh.
For the
It's my fault. And we lost bounties.
Damn it, Johnny.
Gold and sweet. Go to.
Oh, they have a stack here.
I'm under attack. Seek the foe. Yes. Push them back. We fight as one.
You should run. Oh, we have an AA here.
Nice.
For the Cubs. Fangs bared. Fiercely now. Cuffed you.
I only have this for now.
It's okay.
Being died bottom.
Go help Billy if you can.
Claws out.
Viper's top.
Calls me. Your blood is mine.
I'm gonna shrine bottom. Come,
Right.
Lulu. No, I don't need yourself. I'm gonna shrine.
Join with me.
Oh yeah, my Ursa's not shiny, huh?
Yes. Yes. Against all strife. Yes. Sit upon them. I'm not ready.
Nice.
Who calls me? Yes.
Wow. Thank you.
Lion's missing.
Sit upon them.
Nice Stalker and Undying both TP back bottom. I go on.
Right. Tracks of intruders. Trinkets.
Ooh, come and frustrate me. Run, 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 run.
Lion's still missing.
Right.
No, I think he's pulling.
I think you're dead, man.
Yes.
Sorry.
Fangs bared.
Wait, don't cross shield.
Nope.
Push them back. Go to.
Gonna shrine up if anyone needs it.
It's not time yet.
Runes, please.
Another swatted down. I'll take your tribute. I'm under attack.
I'm coming.
Against all strife. A loss so small, the world will hardly notice.
I'm good, thanks.
Let them see our teeth.
Actually, come here.
I'm not ready.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm dead. I'm dead. That's good. Or bottom.
Lion's going. We can get. Ah, should have waited for my stun. Oh well.
Yeah, Andreas. Hey Lulu, you should buy a wand every single game. Just try it from now on.
Yo.
Every game you play, buy one. No exceptions, regardless of which character you play.
You know, wand is really nice. Only reason I'm surviving up here. Especially when because they cast a lot of spells up here.
Fiercely
Your
down.
middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Don't rush shield.
No, I'm going for TP.
Come over here. Okay, A, run at them. And frost shield me right now.
For the forest.
Lion half finger, he probably does, doesn't he?
Oh, mine bottom. Huh.
It's not time yet. Who calls me?
Can't feed.
Nice.
Viper wanted to show me the proper feeding technique with his newly purchased Atos.
Dire structures are fortified.
Hi, Ashraf. Wow!
Fangs bared.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys can use it if you want. Ask Lulu.
I'm coming.
And Sniper. Sniper wanted maybe want a shrine.
Not enough time to shrine.
You have.
I'm serious. Not enough time.
Fiercely now.
No, he's not coming.
Right. Trifles. Your blood is
F is gonna be here soon.
Oh shit. Oh, finger is down. There for bottom.
The enemy is near.
I'm chasing troll out of lane. All day.
Strife. Go to.
Ron Burgundy? Can you go press E on the line, please? Q and E?
Yes. I'm under attack. Silence.
What the heck? This guy's level 5.
Oh shit.
Forest.
Back it up a little bit.
TP bottom. Take this tower.
It's not time yet. Attack. I'm not ready.
The enemy's
Oh,
middle
dreams.
tower has fallen.
With me. Gold and sweet. Yes.
I feel like we've already won this game with my timings alone.
Nice. Hey Lulu, buy a wand. Buy a wand. Buy a
Oh, you mean
wand.
now? Oh,
Every
okay.
game. Damn it.
It's not time yet. Let them see our teeth.
Okay, maybe I'll explain it like this. Hey Lulu, so your heroes have item slots, right? And you can consider an item slot as a source of, it's a resource or it's a power. Let's think about it this way.
Let them see our teeth. Silence. Go to.
So if you have this resource, then you should take advantage of it, right? So any item slots that you do not use is a complete waste of resources. It's kind of like how if you have money but you don't put it in the bank or in an investment, then it just becomes useless, right? Like it's like putting money under a mattress. Does that make sense? So you want to fill up your inventory with items, even if it's just ironwood branches or like null. But wand is most important. Here, let's kill this guy. Press Q and E on this guy, please.
Seek the foe. Slow it down. Fiercely now. Interloper. I'm not ready. Right.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Join with me. I'm not ready. Yes. For the forest.
Lion has no finger, by the way.
It's not time yet.
Enemy's bottom tower is fortified.
Oh, please.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man.
I wonder what that was like. There it is.
Oh, I should have TP.
Yeah, it's okay. They threw a lot at us.
This forward bottom. Troll hasn't really been. Troll's been jungling for the past like 10 minutes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not yet.
Radiant
Oh, my
structures
TP fell.
are fortified.
Thought I could TP and defend this.
You going to
Your
defend bottom?
tower is under
No.
attack.
Oh.
Your
Holy
bottom
fuck,
tower
Sniper is
has fallen.
6 levels higher than anyone in this game.
Dude, I tried to tell you I'm a fucking beast.
Okay, you're a fucking beast.
Gold and sweet. Set upon them.
No time for shrine, only farm.
Yes. Set upon them. Interloper. Yes. Tracks of intruders.
Oh,
Join with me.
Ah, there's vision here.
Set upon them. Attack.
Oh, dead.
Against all strife. Yes.
okay, there's 3 mid. There's like 4 mid. Wait, wait for this. Come. Okay, go on him.
Go to.
Or any one of these guys. Oh, they're gonna see you.
Fiercely now. Fall upon them.
Cross shield, please.
I'm
He's gonna get you. He's gonna get you. He's gonna get you.
Oh,
Oh no. Oh no.
holy.
The attack speed slow.
Yep. Viper.
Alright, well once I get my this thing, I will be no problem Viper easy.
Okay. A satanic might be really good for you.
Yeah, after that. I need damage first before I can use it though.
I agree. Hey, let's kill Troll. Come on, let's go. We're running him. Go, run at him. Hey, go. Hey.
I'm here.
I don't want to say that was overkill.
Yes.
But that was overkill.
You know, it's a jungle troll.
See, I didn't
so-
say it. I told you I didn't say it.
It's okay, I'll say it for you.
Good job, Lily Chat.
I just need to blink alt 12 people for my quests.
Okay.
Oh, this is how it's going to be. Johnny doing his quest.
Well, what else am I gonna do? It's not like you guys need me to win.
That's true.
Pretty sure you guys already won.
That's true.
I mean, all Troll has so far is a Mask of Madness and Phase Boots.
Who calls me?
Damn, he's rich.
No, I've kept him out of lane all the first like 20 minutes of the game.
We get that gold.
Who's playing Sniper? How's Sniper so far ahead? Sniper's level 22 at minute 20. Wow!
Yes.
He's not 23 at minute 23.
This guy's a cheater, let me tell you what.
Thanks, bird.
Lion.
It's not time yet.
Oh my god. Oh man. Oh no.
Oh shit.
We threw. We got the line though. I know, I got cocky and I didn't use my enrage early enough.
I think the entire fight was kind of cocky, actually. Like, all you guys being there.
You're not wrong.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanks, guys. I can't even spend it because I don't have points.
Radiant structures
I also have a quest to tip 400 people, so whatever.
That's a lot of tips.
under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
I've gotten so many tips that I cannot use.
Your middle tower is under
It's
attack.
okay, the gesture matters.
Go, Roshan, thanks. Sniper, you too.
I'm gonna farm over there.
Come near. Not yet.
Oh my god, I'm so slow.
Hey, Sniper, you take this. Oh, you want this?
I don't want it. If I died, then you guys already did, so it's fine.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's true.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
25-minute runs.
The enemy is near. Not yet. I'm not ready.
I'll take your tribute.
Let them see our tea, gold and sweet.
I'm gonna finish my eggs.
Can we take top?
Sure.
It's not even like.
Sit upon them.
Besides me, it's like an even game.
I'm not ready.
Do we want to go?
Yeah, okay.
Who calls me?
Swing and a miss.
It's
Oh my god.
I'm coming.
Set upon them. Go to.
Man, I should have waited for me to get Scepter.
Lion used finger on.
Middle tower is under attack.
I shouldn't have tried to save Lulu. Should have waited for Billy to come in.
Oh, fucking little bitch. Boom! Boom! Nice.
Yes.
Not too many items.
It's not time yet.
You're on top, by the way, just versa.
Okay.
The enemy is near.
I don't want this item. That he did.
Seek the foe.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Tracks of intruders.
I'm coming, Billy.
Alright.
I have eggs.
Alright.
Should be able to make. Yeah, I can stun him.
Alright, dump him. He is actually very tanky.
Damn, really fast.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go bottom soon.
Your bottom
The real troll is this one.
attack.
We fight as one. Forest.
Close your face.
Not yet.
I'm bottom right now, guys.
Okay.
I'm not ready.
So we'll go like this, how's that? But you have to be careful until we finish this tower.
Against all strife.
Oh, you're going in deep.
Hey, let's get back from the tier 3s.
Well, I'm done my quest. I'm satisfied.
Oh, that's good. We can go bottom. Maybe there's nothing to
Oh,
stop
can we
us.
now?
Yeah.
I wonder who accomplished that.
Well, I don't know.
Yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
Guess I'll go up.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
No, they're all dead. Fuck.
I think they're all dead.
I was gonna say. No, alright, that's the reason.
This fucking sniper guy.
Jesus.
Takes the tier 2, he's like, it's all me, guys.
Enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Careful bottom, get out of there. I don't know why you guys are there. Just get up.
Set upon them. Haste. It's not time yet. Fiercely now.
I'm fast. I'm Speedy Gonzalez.
Hello, Speedy Gonzalez.
Andale, andale, andale. Arriba.
Beat!
Set upon them.
There.
Oh my god, Sean.
The enemy is near.
The enemy's middle tower
Two of them are
has
top.
fallen.
I wonder if they'll defend. We'll push.
Your
Oh,
top
sniper's
tower
gone.
is under attack. Radiant structures
Okay, we can't push
fortified.
without sniper, so let's get back.
I almost had Delos anyway.
I'm pretty sure we can.
It's
It's
like a
4 on
huge
2, isn't it?
actually.
No, 3. It's daytime. Okay.
It's 4 on 4, but they have tier 3.
Undying's top.
What is it? You know if you can TP?
See our dead.
Wow, what a stun.
He probably can TP.
I'll take your Yes. Who calls me?
Oh, Viper. Oh, Viper's still there.
Oh, I'm so dead.
You got one.
I'm going bottom.
Only a little bit.
Okay. Here, come join us mid like this.
Push them back.
I'm gonna jump this Night Stalker.
Do it.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Against all strife.
Ooh, good stun. Oh, I got you. Johnny's dead though.
I got fingered.
Hey, fingered.
I tanked the finger for you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
If I had this earlier, I would have.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
So JT, did you enjoy your Ursa game?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
You know what's better than one Daedalus?
Two?
3?
3.
Divine Rapier?
Actually, Divine Rapier. That's a good idea.
Yeah, what are you saying?
For the cubs.
What's better than one Divine Rapier?
Time yet.
2 of them.
Fangs
Oh, let me go buy mine right now.
Yes.
Is Roche up yet?
Should be.
Would be, maybe. I don't know.
For the forest.
I'll check.
Okay, so no, it's 0 possibility.
Right. Who calls me?
My CS. Oh shit, there's a Night Stalker here.
Hang on, I need to get my item. I need help.
Oh shit, he's so fast.
He's so dead.
Oh.
I just need to wait for that shit to wear off.
Yes.
Rage.
The present is death.
The rage is real.
Man, these crits, holy shit.
Has fallen.
Join with me.
It's like most of some of these people's health. It's like a lion one shot.
Seek the foe. Yes.
Poor guy.
Sniper's gone. We're gonna lose.
I'll rend their flesh.
Alright, let's do the gentlemanly thing and pause the game.
You sure you don't want to just feed him and steal the rapier?
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
You know what? Alright, throw him in, boys!
Oh god. If he doesn't kill anyone.
No, we don't make him. Just don't let him attack.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. You now have mega.
No, it's not moving. They're not killing Sniper. There we go. They're killing Sniper. Yeah, let him kill Sniper. There you go. There you go. Oh, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. There you go. Oh,
There you go.
Yeah. Comment doesn't work. Oh, the enemy has to pick it up.
Yes,
Huh?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
in that case, I'm gonna put it down on the ground there. There we go.
Come on, man, just take it.
They're not going
just
for it.
take
The
it.
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
He's too tanky.
Hey, I'm disconnected if you didn't notice.
Oh shit, you disconnected?
Oh shit, we didn't know.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh my god, my Divine Rapier.
Oh.
Radiant.
Hey JT, did you like your Ursa game?
It's okay, we won.
Yeah.
And we lost all the Divines.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I got silenced and died. Could not help a sniper.
Oh, even if I had the DR, I'd still have less net worth than Sniper.
Glad you like it, JT. Alright, Magnus, are we able to queue now? Are you in game?
You guys lost my rapier?
What are you talking about?
Oh, we didn't lose anything. We won the game.
You disconnected in the middle of a dangerous battlefield and they just ran at you before we could react.
Yeah, that's totally what happened.
GG to Raj.
Oh, I don't believe you at all.
No, oh my god.
Will we lie to you? Come on.
So can I queue? I'm gonna queue.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the evidence is on stream if you want to see it. We paused.
But I do expect
It got
an
unpaused,
apology
and then you kind of died.
For what?
for not believing that I try my best to save you.
See you later, GK.
Oh.
I don't even remember where I was when I disconnected, so whatever.
Right by the throne.
Yeah.
Is that Lulu Chan
makes no
talking? Yes.
sense. What was this about Jungle Viper being meta?
Did somebody say that?
I think so. So, like, Viper wasn't mid the whole game, basically. He was just jungling with his Viper cancer, and I also jungled as well, and in addition to taking the lane better than he was. And then I guess I got 800 and some VPM as a result.
Huh.
I'm also not sure what the eggs blade mail was supposed to do. Seems like a waste of a mid.
I think perhaps with his blade mail, he just doesn't want you to right click him. Or me. Suppose he could also blade mail the Chain Frost. That'd be pretty good.
Oh, it's supposed to be a, what do you call it? Immortal game, too. Or ancient game, rather.
Hmm.
I'm sure they had some Crusaders or Heralds too.
Hmm.
Has to average out somehow.
You gotta balance out Lulu.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the same guys, except Brown is
Your
not.
turn to battle.
It's the same 4 stack, with Brown being the outsider.
5 seconds remaining.
You know, if we all had Smurfs, we could do funny builds like Spirit Breaker, Darkseer again, and you know,
Oh yeah, that
pick
was
on
fun.
one person. Pick on one person like that Shadow Shaman that died 27 times.
Oh right. Oh look, there's a Shadow Shaman.
Man, there's a Shadow Shaman.
All right. Well, let's just do it anyways. How about that?
It's a shame nobody has 5 Smurf accounts sitting around.
Hmm. Yeah. What kind of account buyer would
What a
do
shame.
such a thing?
Yeah.
10
You may still need to carry though.
Okay, so what should I?
Okay.
Okay, Crystal Maiden, please.
Crystal Maiden.
Oh wait,
I kind of have to be core.
I can play Core Darkseer.
Oh,
Yeah. No. This works out. Wait, does it work out?
then we don't have a mid or a safe lane.
Oh yeah, you hit the Core, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's
How
just think
about
on this.
I play Darkseer and you play Bloodseeker?
I agree with this.
Because Bloodseeker is pretty fast too.
That is true.
Not
I
as
think it
fun,
would be
but we
embarrassing
need you to be
if
a
we
carry.
lost to this trash stack due to bad picks.
I agree.
I guess you better farm your ass off then, like last game, sir.
Your turn to pick.
No,
Oh shit, they have Lisa.
Okay, what do you guys want me to pick then? I'll pick and then
Just
you
pick
can
whoever.
think about it.
Just pick whoever you want. Billy, who do you want? Psst, psst.
Do you
Yeah,
want
give me
Crystal
either
Maiden?
Spirit Breaker
No, I
or,
don't want
or
CM.
Bloodseeker.
No CM.
I think I prefer you carrying the Bloodseeker.
Okay, then I'll play Bloodseeker.
Your turn to pick.
Okay, we were not laning together then.
Correct. This time I can actually farm.
You second what, JT? Did I set a fireplace? Yeah, I did. Do you like it?
Oh.
Alright, back to fast. I'm going to grab some water.
So you're playing safely in Darkseer, and I'll go up against the Jug, okay?
Okay.
Your turn to pick.
You don't even remember. JT! Too much alcohol, sir.
Pango toss seems pretty easy.
Breath of the Wild, I haven't tried that yet, but I heard a lot of good things about it.
I'm back.
Oh, you read my mind.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
More tangos.
Sniper's just not that cool of a hero, but he is really good this game as well.
You know, you're absolutely right. That sums up my feelings on Sniper. More too much weed?
I'm going top.
You can go wherever.
Yeah, Lulu, come top.
Sings for blood by the flayed ones.
Prepare for battle.
It is in. Oh yeah, it's in the bag.
No streak, Lulu?
I have to. I lost it. When we played without you, we lost, Johnny. There, you see, you have to play with us.
Shame. It's okay, I'll carry you guys safely in Darkseer right here.
Please, Johnny, please.
You can get my plus 90 damage at level 10 and get an Echo Saber.
Hey, Devraj. Darkseer doesn't do particularly well against Juggernaut. Unless the Juggernaut's really bad.
30 seconds.
Actually, he looks kind of bad with these items. Kind of really bad. Never mind. Okay, Darkseer, you're going top.
Okay.
As you
Didn't you expect it to be Jug and Rasta?
That's it.
enough hide and seek.
No, it depended on whether the Juggernaut knew what he was doing, but it doesn't look like he knows what he's doing.
I love the smell of serum in the morning.
Oh.
Very well.
Okay. I think facing Tusk and Pango would have been just as easy for me too.
As the twins direct.
The only thing is Jug is kind of hard for me to deal with.
I figured you'd just heal everything up right away. And it's the Rasta that's hard to deal with.
As the twins direct. For the flayed ones.
This trick's not going for CS, he's going for denies, what the heck?
Blood money.
I've gotten all the denies, except for that last creep too.
Blood.
Oh god, Lulu. Hey Lulu, stand behind me.
Yeah.
Not in front of me.
I didn't restart, guys.
Okay. DC.
Sure.
So it shall be.
Yeah, Lulu, you can't stand in front of me when there's a Rasta here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find Lulu, you just need to stay behind. Like you just keep running in way too often and just dying. I think maybe you're influenced by the way that I play. But when I play and I run in, like I calculated just a little bit more, you know?
Maybe a little.
Yeah, no, I'm like dancing on the edge of like feeding on purpose, but when you do it, like you're actually just feeding, you know? 10%, right?
Your blood is mine.
Yeah, you need a calculator, Lulu.
I go.
Need a calculator? Ah, damn it.
Flayed twins guide me. Very well. As you wish.
He wants to shackle, get back.
Yep.
Very well.
Stop the pull. Stop the pull, A.
Enough hide and seek.
Yeah, you have to stop his pull.
Out for blood.
Enemy is stunned.
I am so slow.
I smell blood.
You run down. Why are you running up? Home base the other way.
Yes. So it shall be. Hemorrhage. Blood feud.
I am good at math, but I am not Asian.
You're good at math? What?
Continues.
You what?
Yes, I am. When I want to. When I pay attention.
Oh, okay.
Twins guide me. As the twins that
Don't do it, Lulu.
Nope.
your blood is
I am surprised that people still think I'm Asian.
So you have a weeb name, you know?
Chan.
Yeah, Chan.
Yeah,
Chinese
but I
last
have
name.
also a picture,
Japanese
and I
suffix.
am so fucking white that you cannot think that I am Asian.
Blah blah.
Are you saying
Instagram
that- Are you saying
filters.
white people can't be Japanese? Because that's kind of racist too. I know a lot of white Japanese people.
As white as I am.
Yes. I know a guy blacker than the.
Than the
Let's
black
just say
hole?
blacker than the. Also, Runes. Runes. Who's Chinese.
as you wish.
And he speaks the most fluent Mandarin I've ever seen. It was actually very unsubtle.
Enough hide and seek.
And he's done.
Oh, I'm gonna shrine. I'm dead. Oh man. You can just try, man. Go ahead, use it. That Tuss is actually, like, he actually knows how to play this game.
For the twins, I am reborn. Blood is in the air. Out for blood.
Your bottom tower is
Nice.
under attack.
Wow, one hit.
Ah, it's fast. I don't have boots yet.
I'm gonna shrine after I get our boots.
Blood to let. The search continues. For the flayed ones.
Yo, Nick.
Enough hide and seek.
Jug's missing. And
You know,
Shaman's missing.
you know, Alex, Joseph Lee, he might be joking. And his logic isn't too far of a stretch of the imagination to think that Lulu Chan might be Asian, I think.
I'm actually joking with them. I understand why they think I'm Asian.
Because you are?
Yes! I've been lying to people all along. I'm not white.
Why would anyone think you're white?
And also people think I'm 30.
Why would anyone think that? I need a stun. I need a stun.
Oh damn, I'm so white.
Nice. You killed him. Or
Nice
someone
job,
killed him.
dude.
Yep. Johnny, do you want another time?
Sure.
I'm going to grab boots for you fast.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that was a butt clencher for sure, right? Nah, let's not do this. Yeah, you can't believe everything you see on the internet, but some things are true too. Right? Hey. Oh shit, I'm dead. Never mind.
Here's up.
Oh shit, oh shit. She's following me though.
Jeez.
I'm dead.
How does he run faster than me even with Surge? Deuce is top. Oh, he has phase boots.
Yeah. He didn't use Omni Slash, did he?
Okay then.
Oh god.
That was the
He only has.
Tango ult I've ever seen.
He can only spin or Omni. He can't do. Actually, he can. He has a stick.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Chill up.
Hey, Rose.
I got nothing for you.
No, it's okay.
So it shall be.
What surge is this?
I will drain you dry. I go. The search continues. Enough hide and seek.
I think there's a jug in here. Yep.
Yep, yep.
I strike.
Pango top?
There's a Pango top.
What's yours is mine.
I'm teleporting. Oh my god, long ass teleport. Jesus Christ.
Oh shit.
Nice.
Open your veins. Blood is in the air.
Tusk top, tusk top.
Send me straight. Hemorrhage.
Man. Wow. It was a 5-second teleport.
Yes. As the winds direct.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hi, friendy.
Dire structures are fortified.
By the flayed ones. Blood first.
Shadow Shaman's going mid.
Under attack. I go.
Ah, Jesus Christ.
Very well. As you wish.
What the fuck's wrong with these guys?
I'm
There's
just
4 of them
missing.
just running at me.
He's probably.
Oh, everyone is
No,
bottom
he's
now.
bot.
See you later,
Oh, we
friends.
should push top.
By the flayed ones.
So many people bought now, Ryan.
For the flayed
You might get gank
ones.
sniper. There's a very high chance.
Oh,
you
I
get
know.
ganked.
That's why I shrapneled there. So I don't want to stay there for a while.
Help Shrine, help Shrine.
I got to be.
Missed.
For the rod.
Don't come, don't come, don't come. There, fort.
Okay.
So it shall be. The search continues.
I'm sorry and thank you for understanding, Lulu-chan, says the Raj.
There's nothing to be sorry about.
He's just being a
man.
tech support kind of guy, right? That's what they feed him.
Aw.
Enough hide and seek.
Must be an Indian saying that.
For blood.
Be careful about those guys.
Bottom tower has fallen.
By the flayed ones.
2 seconds on surge.
What the fuck? There's a Stusa here! Whoa!
Oh yeah, they're whole top. What the fuck?
Man, these guys.
Jesus Christ.
Good thing they're not going for sniper or anything like that, eh?
Like, holy crap, there's 5 of them top.
Winds direct.
Your top tower is
Oh,
under
they're
attack.
diving.
Yeah, get back, don't bother.
Very well.
Your top tower is under attack.
Speedy Bloodseekus.
Blood.
I'm coming.
Your top tower is under attack.
In the air.
This fucking
feel
piece
like
of
I
shit.
Back.
Oh man.
Warn me.
They're gonna run at you like this.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Easy tower. Just keep shooting at it.
I got
I
700
haven't
mech.
I need more items. Thanks, Ryan. Maybe we'll go BKB in this engine, yeah, sure, something like
Your middle tower is under attack.
Got it.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
The twins guide me.
Oh, there, one bottom again.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Didn't have search for you.
Your middle tower has fallen.
There's at least 3 bottom.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Can we get
so it shall
a little bit better vision than what we have right now?
2 of them here.
Fight. Never mind. Let's get back. Do I only play mods? Yep.
Twins guide. Very well.
Yeah, I think that Tuss is a little lucky, just a little bit.
I'm not fighting top.
That's fine. You don't have to. Hey Johnny, keep pushing bottom.
Okay.
So I guess these guys will split and pay attention to bottom in a sec, so we should be very, very ready.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, they are going for you.
Oh, it's just joke down here, right?
Oh shit.
God, man. These guys are like ants!
Yeah.
Yeah, they're sticking together this game.
Okay.
The sniper just raped them separately.
Oh, Vexer needs help.
Your top tower is under attack.
Do I though?
Yes you do. You need mana. Someone give him mana!
I got 2 mangoes. And this. Bottom's missing, careful.
Medusa's already fat, I lose. Okay. Are you willing to make a bet on that?
For that?
Yeah, they did. That's a break.
This can't for Vinny because he's special.
These guys, they don't want to lose again, huh?
I feel like if we had vision over here, we might have. No.
Alright, buy a ward. Leave it on the courier for snipers.
Open your
Just do you have Omni Slash? I think the area is lowered. It was lowered the last time.
The search continues.
Yeah, they have vision in that area.
Sanjan Yasha. As the twins direct.
Hey JT, you don't have to delete messages like that.
Like,
Sometimes people are just simply making predictions.
Triangle here, like that's what I actually want. Everything else is less efficient.
I think if we ward this area for you,
yeah.
As you wish.
Yeah, then you can farm this whole area.
What sword is this?
You have a search for me? Okay.
I do if you come, but...
I'm dead, dude.
Yes, he did have Omni, by the way.
Oh. Are you sure about that?
Time to run, Lulu, time to run, Lulu, time to run, Lulu. That's... It was not a time... Oh, you gotta stop to attack, too.
Are you willing to make a bet on that? Yeah, so JT, I'm actually just calling these guys bluff. Like, semi-jokingly, you know. Hey Parvez, you understand that for there to be farmers, there needs to be space creators, right? Not everyone can just farm as much as they want. So this sniper has had safe farm the entire game, for the most part. And that exists because I push deep. Can you fucking attack?
Oh,
Jesus.
they have a ward here.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Coming. Can we kill the Juice over here? No Omni Slash. We can fight Sniper.
I'm dying.
Shrine, heal him.
I am rock.
Oh, nice.
Jesus Christ, that's a tanky. 5 seconds on Surge.
Just what a doctor ordered. So it shall be. I speak. I strike.
Oh, Sniper survived that fight?
Enough hide and seek.
Thanks to you. Finally picking a useful hero.
What about shanking?
By the flayed ones. Your blood is mine.
Anyone save the Sniper? Never mind, he probably did.
Nope.
I go. Blood fuel. Very well.
I should Crimson Guard.
The search continues.
Hello, Chinose. Good day. Whoa, that's the real Dusa, huh?
Yes, and the real shaman who's in the
So it
awards.
shall be.
Okay.
Maybe.
My ult's up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey, get ready. They're gonna split. They're gonna split, and we kill them.
Are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Okay, not too deep. Back off a little bit. Oh, okay. That initiation is not good. Careful, Sniper. You don't get picked off yourself.
They're coming for me.
Yeah.
Man, I need a BKB too. Jesus.
Yeah, no, I'm getting it next.
Yeah, stunned up the ass.
Did you like it?
Not particular. Should I Crimson Guard first or BKB first? I think Crimson would be more useful for a team.
I go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it depends how you play.
Blood calls to blood.
Well, right now, my main objectives are saving you and Sniper. And catching whoever I can.
Out for blood. The search continues. As the twins direct.
She bought a Maelstrom. I can farm way faster with it. Jesus.
Where do you guys want vision?
They're coming. Pretty sure they had a ward there last time. But I'm not sure if they still up. Also, Jug's in that area, so we can.
I'm not going there alone.
They're all around here.
Flayed twins guide me.
Yeah, I was right.
By the flayed ones. Enough hide and seek.
They don't have Jug. Can we run at them?
I think.
As you wish.
If they're still here, this is a great fight. If. Yeah, smoking a good idea too. If he spin TP, you assassinate, okay? Assassinate? Are you? Unfortunate. Oh, he died anyways.
Nice.
Alright, then we take Roshan.
Okay. Shaman's here.
That's okay, take Roshan. Just back off and take Roshan.
It's kind of scary.
Do say illusions.
Can you guys help me? Just trust me and do it, please.
Yes. I will drain you dry.
Your top tower is under attack.
Not yet.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I need sniper, I need you to pick this up. Oh my god, this is a disaster.
Holy shit!
Oh, Dusa's stuck actually, so it's not really that bad.
Jesus.
I think I played that perfectly, honestly. Mr. Blood.
I wish you took the Aegis.
It's fine. I'm not worried about that. We killed Dusa.
I will drain you dry.
Alright, I gotta BKB now.
For the flayed ones.
I'll run at these guys.
The search continues.
Good job, Vinny.
I'm on my way as fast as I can.
Okay, let's take top. Someone might TP here. If they do, we just jump on that person. Just wait.
My blood runs strong.
Wait, let Dusa push out. If Dusa pushes that, we jump her.
So it shall be.
Just wait. Don't engage. Don't. No. This is not a good fight. No.
Yeah, they're all there.
Yeah, we only wanted to get them if they were slightly out of position.
By the flayed one.
I'm gonna.
Hemorrhage.
Hey Lulu, can you save your casks for whenever Shaman uses his shackles?
Yeah, sure.
Because I kind of want to vacuum to.
Get ready to fight in this area. They're gonna come back up on me, and then when they split, we fight in this area because I think they're gonna be bottom.
There they are.
Yeah. So look if you can find them in this area, that would be game winning.
I go.
Well, they're probably going for Rune. Bounty
I'll grab the top
5. Wish me luck. There's no one here.
The search continues. So it shall be.
Careful bottom. Let me see if I can get them to split top. Yeah, we want them to fight in this area if possible. But we need to split them by pushing lanes. Back off the bottom. Wait until we see them split.
Oh no, Deuce is here too.
Yeah, wait for them to split. I think they'll split. They were gonna react to top. Yeah, they're gonna start TPing, so get ready to fight here. In fact, I'll just start TPing right now. I think we just gangbang this Dusa.
Dire structures are fortified.
Shaman's here. Let's go, Shaman.
Kill the Medusa, don't let her get away.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
First.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Jug's dead.
Jug.
This one's real.
It's real.
Kill the Medusa. Here's not very much left.
He's so dead.
You're speeding Gonzalez.
Hey, there we go. Decision making.
Yep.
As the twins direct. Very well.
Thank you. Man, I really wish I bought Maelstrom. I just farm so slowly.
Twins guide me.
Yeah, that build.
Enough hide and seek.
So they're gonna TP and try to kill the sniper in a sec, I would think.
Yes.
The enemy's
They
bottom
can't.
tower.
It's all gone.
As you
Connie, we need to get back. Let's get back.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
So it shall be. I go.
That's real.
Oh shit. I almost have.
Blood runs strong. I smell blood.
Careful, this. Alright.
Blood is in the air. Out for blood.
Okay, we don't want to commit on the Medusa.
The flayed ones drink your blood. Open your veins.
I'm gonna turn
Do we
top.
remember Roshan timer?
I did not write that one down.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You should be.
I am sorry.
You had one job!
I go.
Killer sniper.
Yes. I will drain you dry. What's yours is mine. As the twins direct. By the flayed ones.
I'm coming towards you guys. I got my crimson.
For the flayed ones.
So is Roshan up?
Let me check.
No.
Nope, not yet.
We're not pushing Sin, right?
We can't. Their high ground fence is too good.
Yep.
The search
Runes.
continues.
Sniper
I
might
knew
need
they were
help.
gonna be there. That's why I didn't want to fucking get that shit.
That's why I scanned for you.
For the raw twins.
27, 26. Thanks, Blind.
Your blood is mine. Very well. So it shall be. Blood or
It's up, it's up.
Oh, nice.
I strike.
Sniper, can you come towards us?
I don't want the Aegis.
You should still be here just in case they run at us.
I do have a TP spell though.
Somebody take a cheese.
Hey, Sniper, you want a cheese?
No.
Not really.
Okay, then I'll keep it.
If I need a cheese, then I've done something wrong.
Well, I mean, your cost is not having the Wraith Band.
Good night, Benit.
See you later, Benit.
Good night, Venute.
Can we like have vision in front of their face?
I have a word in the crate.
For the flayed ones.
You want the vision high ground?
Here, I want one ward right over here.
As you wish.
I'll ping it again when you get closer. Here, come with me. Come with me over here.
Okay.
Careful.
Put it right there.
Real Deuce is top. Real Deuce is top.
Okay, thanks.
I'd like to go bottom. What do you guys think?
Yeah, you can go bottom. Just you.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Very well. As the twins direct. Yes. Not good. Yes. The search continues. Enough hide and seek. I strike.
Here, let's siege bottom.
Okay.
Go.
This is Medusa, isn't it? No, it's not.
I think.
Nah, it's just
No, everyone's back here.
Flayed twins guide me.
I'm gonna shout you preemptively just in case something happens. Tusk is deboarding
Yeah, I think
over
Sniper.
here.
I think we stand behind Sniper. And just let him hit the tower.
Their Tusk is out.
Yeah, he's far. He should be here.
I need high ground vision to be able to hit it correctly.
Yeah, you have it. Get ready to run back, Sniper.
Yeah, okay.
I have Surge and a bunch of other things for you.
I think you can keep going at it.
Alright. I
have a lot of save for you.
By the flayed ones. Enough hide and seek.
It's all my mana.
That's okay. You just want your right click.
It's just grieved.
The enemy's
Oh,
bottom
there's a tower.
has fallen.
Sniper Express.
Okay, Sniper, go top. Get back. Everyone, get back.
Getting bounties.
Oh yeah, can anyone grab the bounties like this?
I can TP and grab.
Run away, Witch Doctor.
That's not a good place to teleport. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Somebody should buy a, what do you call it, if they need it?
Shit, they're running at me.
Tone?
Yeah, one of those things.
Flayed ones.
I'll get it.
Run away, AA. I think they're running at us like this.
I'm just gonna go to a base and get mana.
We can siege any time.
So it
I'm pretty
shall
fast
be.
now.
Okay.
Very well.
So Johnny, can you TP bottom and then push out like this?
Hide and seek.
And I just run bottom.
Yeah, you can run
With
it.
my 600 move speed.
Your blood is mine.
I think there's like 7 heroes. Yeah.
What's yours is mine. Out for blood.
We still have Aegis, right?
No, I just ran up.
Just expired.
No, yeah.
I will drain you dry.
I'll go in 3 seconds. I'm gonna search.
Yes.
We can take this if Tusk doesn't come. If Tusk TPs, then we back. I think they might not even have vision here, in fact. Sniper, get ready to assassinate.
I am. Oh my god, I was frozen. What a shame.
Sniper, I need you to right click these guys a little bit more.
Oh, I thought you were dead.
No.
Nope, just me. Well, I think that's Tusk buyback.
GG. So we can go through
I
like
did
this.
not understand that fight at all, but sounds good. Right click.
Yeah, no, I didn't go farming build. I just go pure fighting build, so.
Oh, speedy. I'm coming, Lulu.
Save me. I BKB. Pew, 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 pew.
Speedy gun Bloodseeker.
Oh yeah!
Speedy gun Bloodseeker.
Get him.
You have another one.
It's kind of tanky.
Well, it's okay. Up.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
I'm not ready.
The enemy's middle tower.
We decided against the Shadow or SB game.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna go Shadowblade on Darksuit?
No, I meant to say Spirit Breaker.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But SB, the first thing I think of is Shadowblade.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks.
First person.
Alright.
Oh my god. Look at that shit.
Shadow Shaman wants you.
They trying to kill him.
Look at this fucking guy.
Kill. Kill. Just fucking.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Radiant
I really wish I bought Maelstrom. I would have farmed way faster.
Well, they got enough items that game.
Let's look at your GPM. 803. Ugh.
Ah.
Yeah. Peasant tier shit there.
Is it?
That's it.
Oh, bye, Andreas.
Oh no, our games are gonna get easier? Fuck.
I'm not in your party, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, the game got harder with that.
Hey Mighty, I pick up Midas when I don't really want to fight for a long time. GG. Hey, plan on eating bacon? Exclamation point song is not a command, man. It doesn't work. It's okay, you don't have to apologize.
Manta benefit Medusa besides like blood right?
You probably thought more Medusas means more attacks.
Huh.
Because the Mantas can do split shot, so quick farm.
Yeah, cold feet. Suppose you can disjoint, assassinate. Yeah, I think the AA Yules and cold feet combo is pretty deadly, so it's probably not a bad purchase. Yeah, I'm eating bacon. Excuse me, guys. Oh, just about done here. Good job, Marty. You like that farming speed?
What do you think about Sniper Scotty versus Satanic then?
I like Satanic a lot more.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I think Sniper shouldn't really try to be chasing anyone. I mean, you could argue that the slow on Medusa is kind of useful, but I don't know. Like, she's just gonna stand there and take it, I think. The Satanic gives you status resistance, which is really useful against Shadow Shaman. You're tankier of Satanic.
That's a very good point.
I would also, yeah, you're way tankier of Satanic.
Wow, that's actually really good.
Oh yeah, it's yeah. Oh, the
Like
Satanic also helps against Pangolier.
Like a 5-second shackle is now like 3 seconds. That's actually huge.
Oh yeah. Lifestealer has a talent of 25% lifesteal. Isn't that a bit too much? He doesn't have that talent. What are you talking about? Level 20 talent? Plus 50% open wounds lifesteal and plus 20% evasion. Are you talking about the one on the left, Blend? Anyways, you have to understand that this open wounds is not necessarily for you. Remember that anyone who hits a target with open wounds gets HP back, right? So I mean, if you're fighting against a Venomancer, okay, and you have a really tanky, let's say Medusa. So then you pop open wounds on Dusa, and then you get your life back. Seems simple, right? So sometimes it's not necessarily about you getting more HP, sometimes it's about your team as well. What? Am I frozen?
You are not connecting to the game.
What the?
Oh no, our spirit.
Oh.
You know, all that for.
Worst hero can't connect.
Shame.
And it's not your internet, it's your computer.
Now he's banned. Oh no! Time to get another smart.
4-minute ban. You know what that means?
Wait, so I actually, I have a timeout. For
Yeah.
camp?
Yeah.
Means you need to switch accounts now
Oh my
to
goodness.
the
I agree.
MMR.
Yeah, switch accounts. Switch accounts, and we can do Darkseer. Shout
Okay.
out. Shiz.
I'm okay with that. But not because it's my vote, but because you guys are being democratic about this. Alright guys, I am getting on another account. Okay, can someone get ready to invite this account for me? Sure. I'm gonna give you the number, okay? I'm gonna speak out the number. 897-239-842. Thank you.
Oh, that account is climbing.
Oh man, that account's awful. You should do a different one.
Yeah, it's sorry, it's 900 MMR. Sorry about that. All right, let's queue. Boy, but yet we have to do low priority, huh?
Yeah.
Is that even?
I'll give
worth
you a
it?
better one.
Abandoning games. What a shame, Billy. Stop abandoning.
Is that what I've been doing?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, my conduct summary. Less than half of my main. Damn, I'm toxic.
I messaged you.
Okay.
It's probably that way because everyone reports Smurfs. Either that or you're actually a toxic piece of shit.
I'm a toxic piece of shit.
Yeah, we know.
Just a moment, guys. Yo, are you interested in that $20 US donation for party? Huh? 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 Oh.
Not going to happen.
You guys want to know why I said that? $20 US? So I don't have to party.
Oh yeah. Because if someone really wants to play, they'll donate the $20 US. And if there are pieces of shit, at least you got $20 US for a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, logging into this account in just a moment, guys. Sorry for the wait.
That's okay.
I feel like I could go back on the Earth Spirit Best Hero account by now.
Yeah.
Okay, logging it.
It's a shame we got a 4-stack. We should get one more person so we can do ranked.
Can we do ranked with this account?
With a 5-stack, yeah.
Okay, I need one of you guys to invite me. I'm gonna give you the number right now. 917-312-945. Thank you. Oh my goodness. That's the lowest conducts I've ever seen in my life.
You're invited.
Holy
Do
shit,
it.
that conduct.
Yeah. My main account has 10,000 conduct summaries, so that is literally 10,000 divided by 166, which is what? So my main account is something like 60 times the conduct summary of this account.
I don't think I've seen the score that low.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, did you show the stats yet? Stats tab?
Oh, let's have a look. Is this that? Oh, okay, I see what you're trying to point out here. Okay. We won MMR Nalgos.
If you lose, does it go lower? How does
Yes.
that work?
Goes into the
I think it's
negatives.
one.
Nice.
We'll just have to commend him every game. Get a score back up.
Alright. Remember to commend me, guys.
I can only command you once per week, I think.
Oh. Oh, wait a minute. We're acute on West. Lulu's gonna lag.
You should check your key bindings, by the way.
Oh. Oh. Where the fuck is show scoreboard?
Isn't it on the front page? Basic hotkeys? I thought I already said it.
Oh, there. Oh, I found it. Is it on video? Are you fucking
You also
kidding
have
me?
no abilities right now.
Oh, I thought this was 1, 2. Wait, what? Oh, right. Oh, good call. Video? Oh, Alex, you're not even trolling. You're serious. How stupid is that? Video for scoreboard? Hi, Elon Musk. Okay, I stop. Because you said please. Auto attack settings. Screen shake? Oh yeah, right. I use standard, right? Oh, and the deny thingy. Or screen shake.
And always right click.
I can get to see exactly what he's looking at right now on the settings page.
What? Screen shake's off. We're good. English only, please, thanks. Good job, Shane. Translate and get that trash out of here. So Shane, where are you at now? Geographically, if you don't mind disclosing. India? Huh. How do you like to be back? What are you going to be doing in Spain? Yeah, no, there's tons of Indians. Okay, okay. There's tons of Indians in the stream for sure. Come to India. Ugh. No, thank you. Too hot. I don't like places that are over 35°C. Or even 30°C for that matter. Also, I like my cities clean. And safe. Also, I don't particularly like Indian food, to be quite honest. I mean, they have butter chicken, naan bread, biryani rice. I mean, it tastes good. It's just not like, yes, I am going to India to eat that. Excuse me, English only? Yeah, Johnny. Actually, I'm curious. Is it even the same person?
What do you mean?
That's a good question.
What if Krabby's
How
actually
can he
did?
prove he's Krabby?
Well, he's a mod, so unless one of the mods changed their username to the exact username Krabby had.
Or maybe this person just has Krabby's credentials.
Yeah. I mean, I can change my name into Bluespan. And I'll be yellow too. Does that mean I'm actually Bluespan?
Okay, I just saw Johnny's
Your
name.
turn to ban.
So I said that I didn't really want to go to hot places or safe or unsafe places, and I didn't really like Indian food, and he got upset
Your
about that.
turn to pick.
Boo fucking who? You know where I'm from, man? I know you're still here. I'm from fucking Canada, one of the safest countries in the world. We're so fucking play. We say sort of everything.
Be right back.
Also, it's not hot here because there's snow everywhere, you know? There's igloo outside, polar bears. See, you see why I don't like hot places? Because I live in a cold place. And like I said, I don't like Indian food, so fucking deal with it, bitch.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
And good band, Shane. That guy said a lot of dumb shit before. What kind of lesson are you waiting for?
Your turn to pick.
Have I tried everything India has to offer? No. Does anyone need to try everything? I've been living in Canada for almost 30 years. I've never tried everything Canada has to offer. No rank now, man. I mean, there's still hope for India for sure, but like, remember, for me to visit India, I have to not visit other places, right? There's an opportunity cost, right? As an example, why would I visit India if I can visit Japan? Like, I love Japanese food. I love Japanese culture. I've lived in Japan before. It's very clean and very nice. I don't mind the climate there, especially in the summer. You know, the summers of Japan tend to be very nice. Whereas, like, if I go to India, it's fucking hot. And most of the Indian food that I've tried, I just really don't like, you know? Also, I think India is probably at least somewhat less safe than Japan or Canada, right? Like, you're competing with these other countries, right?
By the flayed ones.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't want to play ranked right now. Hi, Uther. What gave you the idea I was boosting? Shit.
Very well.
The battle begins.
Twins direct. Flayed twins guide me.
Easy bounties, I guess.
So it shall be. Yes.
How often do I visit Japan? Every 2 years or so, I guess.
Look at mid.
You get nothing. For the raw twins. I'm not ready. As you wish.
What? He
Pull,
just.
Lulu, pull.
Oh. This guy's actually like one or two of them.
Yeah, it's great.
Why would you not recommend going to
Almost
India,
like
Raj?
disease by himself.
And what merch are you talking about, Shane?
My strength grows.
Why visit Indonesia? Not right now. There is a terrorism warning for Indonesia. Crime is very common, like having your stuff stolen at knife or gunpoint. This is not my opinion. This is the Canadian government's advisory.
Yes. Very well. Fleet twins guide me.
I brought you another present.
Yeah, see, that's great. We can just pull every wave, I think.
Hide and seek.
And that's what I planned.
As the twins direct.
And then Troll will get low health.
There's a Marana here.
What punches you?
Okay.
By the flayed ones.
I'm getting that.
Look at that not bounce.
Oh no! Got hit by a Herald Arrow. Man, we just fed.
Nice.
Blood is in the air. Blood fueled.
Pull.
I will drain you dry. I gain strength. I go. By the flayed ones.
I misclicked that tree there. That's what happened.
You can chain pull. Go ahead, chain pull it here.
No, he's trash talking you now.
Oh, that's fine. We're gonna kill him multiple times later.
Out for blood.
I got all those last bits too.
Hey Devraj, why wouldn't I visit India?
Enough hide and seek. Blood money. The search continues. I smell blood. As you wish.
Ow, I caught a Herald Arrow.
Wait up.
Fruit is spicy, yeah. Only the famous spots for meat and clean. And it's probably really crowded, right? I don't like crowds. When I was younger, I thought it was exciting, you know, and fun to be in crowds. But I'm just too old for crowds.
As the twins
They're taking this time. Or they're trying to take it. Oh, she's going to
She's gonna die.
Oh my god.
Very
Does he realize I'm stronger than him?
I'm gonna hit by arrow. Oh, I caught a Herald Arrow.
Herald Arrows, man. Good and wrecked.
Fuck, one more hit.
search continues.
That should help.
Open your veins.
Hey, get on the Shadow King.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Alive. I smell blood.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You're gonna go Dagon, Bloodseeker?
I strike.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
As you wish.
To you.
Oh, shit. Didn't even see that.
Do you like it when people laugh at your misfortunes, man?
Blood is in the air. I thirst. Your blood is mine. I'm under attack. Blood in the air.
Well, the sniper doesn't want mid, I'll take
So
mid.
it shall be. I go. By the flayed one. Yes. I go.
They're gonna be racist towards me? Oh, Jesus.
Hemorrhage. As the twins direct.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very nice.
I strike.
Missing top.
Out for blood. Your blood is mine.
There may or may not be a Pudge coming down bottom.
He doesn't have anything I'm worried about. He's a Pudge.
Your
We can
middle
kill this
tower
one.
is under attack.
I will drain you dry.
You got lift?
I do not.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Blood. Blood.
Nice. Easy Pudge. My favorite kind of Pudge.
Nice.
The
Fucking
enemy's
killed him.
bottom tower has been denied. Your middle tower is under attack.
Hooks for days.
Do I think smurfing is fun? No, I don't.
I got mana for you.
Very well.
But you know what?
The
I'm looking
search
at you and I'm thinking that you're very muck-yai. Sure you know what that means, right?
I thirst. So it shall be.
If you don't know what that means, Hui,
Smile.
let me know.
There
I
we
can
go.
explain it to you.
Enough hide and seek.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The twins guide me.
Did you just ignore my question?
Yes. As you wish.
Your middle tower is under attack.
By the
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, I'm coming.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, I thought you were going faster. Oops.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I tried.
Your middle tower.
Look at this
has
useless
fallen.
Pudge. Can't do shit.
Yeah, Vo, I know Vietnamese.
He technically killed Billy.
Guess I'm worse than useless.
No,
No, you're not.
Send my misery.
Another day.
no, Pudge just did.
Yes.
But I'm back. In my misery again.
Flayed twins guide me.
These guys can't do shit. They're just wasting time.
Wah, wah.
Again to Pudge.
Oh, fuck. I'm so bad.
Bit of a hurry.
Hey, good one. Can you just answer the question, man?
No, where are my creeps at?
I return.
Here.
Ah. Oh, oh well. My hook's gone.
Very well. As the winds direct. I go. It's not time.
So afraid to come.
In the air.
Nice.
I was so dumb.
Oh, I got the kill? How did I get the kill?
You right clicked?
Did I? Oh.
Enough hide and seek.
That's all.
Why don't you just go ult her? She's gonna die.
We go as Pudge. We go as Pudge.
Hey, good one. The point I'm trying to make to you is that, like, it's not very nice to laugh at other people's misfortunes sometimes, you know?
I want her to throw an arrow. I am perfectly fine with this skill too.
Oh shit! Ah!
What the heck? She has a level
As an
2.
example, Gunawan Lee, let's say that you really like this girl, or you really wanted this job interview, right? Or you got rejected, right?
Skill.
What I'm trying to say is, like, I wouldn't say to you, ha ha ha, you got rejected by that girl. Ha ha, yes. You see how it's just kind of a dick thing, man?
Oh,
or
this is
like,
level 2 too.
oh, you wanted
Jesus.
that job, you didn't get it. Yes. Like it's just. I know you probably don't mean it that way, but man, I gotta tell you, your behavior is very subjective to interpretation, right? You know what I mean?
Yes. Flayed twins guide me. As you wish. For the flayed ones. So it shall be.
Mirana's top. No, they're all top. Careful.
Yeah.
Luke. They'll probably teleport bottom soon.
No, they won't.
I will drain you dry.
Your top tower is under attack.
Okay. They're really all in on top, huh?
Guess so.
I had him.
Feed the flayed twins.
Oh, hook me up.
I was running towards you, but you are so fast.
You can do this. You got a lift?
I do not.
Ow.
Because lift is
Punch always
useless
kills me.
before.
Oh, Punch fucks me up, guys.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh no, I'm slow.
Lift is useless. New meta.
Before you get any sort of arcane supremacy, yeah, it's like a 1 second thing.
Actually, they're good at doing their pudge combos. But that's basically it. The pudge and the arrow combo. They're actually pretty good.
Be positive. The search continues.
First item boots travel sniper.
He's a professional.
Under attack.
Pudge is still top. Oh shit, there are more. Oh!
Hey Yali, this is not my account,
Caterpie
man.
is also top.
Well, I mean, it is in my account now, but I didn't create this account. I didn't particularly want this account. It was just given to me.
I'm running as fast as I can.
So I have no idea.
Yeah,
I basically
Steel.
can't answer your question.
Under attack.
That hook.
Your top tower.
Lana ulted.
Oh yeah.
I strike.
Oh, do you have anything for me? Look. Okay, like they just stick together all the time.
Yeah.
And they have vision of the small camp, so its ward's probably right
Okay.
there, I guess. Or it could be up there. One of those two spots.
Caterpie is here. He's invisible.
For the road.
I ain't staying up here.
Sniper is going top.
There's no creeper.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my god, he's still here.
Yeah, I think you just get out of that lane.
The twins guide.
He's right there.
This
He literally has no skills. You should have just ran while he was focusing the sniper.
Yeah.
The sniper has nothing, just boots of travel.
I realize that now. What the fuck is the sniper?
Whatever you do, just let the sniper die.
Yeah, I realize now that he's the same level as I am.
shall be.
Fucking
Yes. Yes. Hemorrhage.
He tried to deny the creep he was teleporting into.
Caterpie is there.
Really, we can kill this Shadow Fiend, I have Dismember.
Okay. Do you have detection?
No.
Alright, then
But
you
if
have
we get him low
combo.
enough,
I can come.
see? We get him low enough.
Nice.
Who needs detection? We have you. Watch teleporting somewhere.
Back to base.
Wow.
Very well.
Orange.
Where's that fucking Vietnamese piece of shit from earlier?
For the dead.
Your top tower is under
Hey, bud.
attack.
Blood falls to blood.
Moonlight. You're ganking in this area?
As you wish. As the twins die.
Oh man, I always get hooked.
Have you tried just not getting hooked?
I try, I fail.
Nice.
Jesus Christ. Arcane Supremacy. That's a 5-second dismember.
Right, wow, that's really powerful, huh? Holy fuck, I didn't realize it was that powerful. See there, Shane?
What, Supremacy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually makes a lot of sense. How Rupa can be poor.
I seek anew. Flayed twins guide me. For the twins. By the flayed ones.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The search continues. My strength, I thirst.
Cold preserves me.
I go.
Who's dismembering who, bitch?
What
the fuck? I even did that.
You shouldn't have used that Arcane Fadebolt thing. Well, I gotta wait.
Oh.
For the flayed one. Very well.
Man, I lost his member for this crap. Oop. Who keeps raise at level 2?
Wait, Shadow Queen has level 2 raise?
Yeah, I just stole it. Yes!
Oh, nice.
I'm just gonna dive in, guys. I'm doing fuck.
But I'm kinda low.
That's my back! You see that hook? That was professional.
Uh-oh. There's a Shadow Fiend probably on me. Well, I blinked, so...
There you go.
Jesus.
Wow. I should not be in here. I am mouse.
Is the eye tracker good if you wear Colossus? I think it is, but I'm not sure. I've never tried it.
Plus, regenerate bottom.
For the flayed one.
Fuck.
So it shall be. For the raw twins.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Well, I don't know if Dust fuck ran
I
out.
have dust. I have dust.
Enough hide and seek.
Really is dust.
So much blood.
Fucking Dagon.
Are you serious? Oh, Alex? You fucking running Simon on it?
Well, let's kill this guy, I guess.
No.
Very well.
What the fuck?
Do you blood rage both you and him, or just yourself?
Oh, the more you blood rage, the more damage you do.
Yeah, but do you
Yeah, I do both.
actually blood rage them?
Unless I know I already got the kill.
In the air.
Oh yeah, I'm super rude with that. Fuck. Okay, that works. Gotcha.
Who's the real Pudge?
Rubik is the real.
Kids plays? I'm 30 years old. Probably double your age. It's just nice to shut that. Okay?
Ooh.
Harold, Harold!
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Oh!
Holy shit. No, he got me!
So let me get this straight, man. You're 25 years old, and you come into here, you assume that I'm a kid?
Optimistic TV.
So at 25 years old,
I need a butterfly, guys.
Your logic's not very good, man.
I need some sort of help.
It's okay,
Yeah,
thank
control.
you for apologizing, Savik.
I want Sniper to die here. Let's go ahead and die.
You got your wish? Oh.
This is fun.
Hope he gives me another hooks.
As you
Oh no! Oh no! I'll be right back, Mr.
Okay, you're gonna TP like just like that?
No!
Oh, Jesus cannot save you from that.
Got it! Put his first hook in like 20 minutes and he finally got it.
I don't know, he's been hooking me all game. I've been feeding all game.
Yeah, he's actually hooked really like.
Yeah, like every single. Oh, Harold arrow.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Ooh, what the?
I got a shitty dismember. Seriously?
No, Johnny! I'm coming! Oh shit.
What? This is Dagon. That's all you need.
Oh, wait, I have a dismember. I can heal myself.
Yep.
open your veins.
How convenient.
Oh, he missed this time.
Yep.
He's got no souls. Did you see that shit?
Move, 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 move!
Oh,
Man, I need a TP scroll, Jesus. Ugh, I'm like stuck here.
His Requiem does like 100 damage at most.
I need a heal. I'm just healing casually on this.
We're in Vietnam.
Here, let's kill it now.
Oh, I have a heal now. No!
Oh, sniper.
Run strong. Very well.
Look out!
Oh, that hook.
Oh no, that's not good.
Should have just tanked the hook so I can steal the rot. Alright, the hook.
I just need recall.
For the flayed one.
Oh no.
Oh, I got it.
The enemy's middle barracks.
Ah, I'm so dead.
lot tankier than I expected.
What the fuck?
So it shall be. Out for blood.
They should make Rubik more OP and give him a GPM talent.
As the twins direct. Hemorrhage. Blood money. As you wish.
Haste.
The search continues.
Thanks, bitch. Wait, let me hook up. Oh, I wanted to hook rupture.
Hook rupture.
Oh god.
Hey, small
Found
games
him.
were
Right
relaxing.
Enough hide and seek.
I'm dead again.
You want to join us for a game, small set?
No, I gotta wait this time for the dive.
You're fine.
Yeah, I think it's still coming.
Don't stop
Are
running.
you freaking kidding me?
I mean, you run faster, just don't run. Okay, why would you?
Your blood shall
Straight line.
the sacred gutters.
You run fastest if you run in a straight line, Lulu.
Very well.
Keep running.
Keep
around.
running straight.
Oh no.
Okay. You should have just ran this way, not outward.
Combo fucking combo.
Enough hide and seek.
I'm gonna be playing for another
Yeah, the next game
maybe
is
hour or
easy.
two.
We should just
something
all buy
like that.
Dagon.
When are you gonna be
and
back?
Dagon the same person.
Turned around in time. Doing 0 damage, Mo. Oh no, you messed up.
Chivas!
Alright, I'll be right back.
As you wish.
Let the sniper die. Sounds good.
I play LOL. LOL? What is that supposed to mean? Oh. Are you talking about the player
here we
in the
go.
game?
Time to kill. If we have no tech.
Oh fuck, I E-bladed creep.
For the dead.
What? You're fucking dead, man. He's got no shadow blade.
As the twins
Why don't you Blood Rage me in the fountain? Wouldn't that be great?
in the air.
I got you, Blood. I'm good. Can I get Blood Rage?
Yep.
Blood Rage?
There you go.
There we go.
If only Lulu didn't KS you.
I can't.
Oh, we're out of smokes. Fuck.
Yeah.
What a disaster. We got some more kills in 15 seconds.
I strike.
The enemy's middle
Protection.
tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'm gonna leap for joy. Whee! Whee!
Enough hide and seek.
I'm gonna heal up and I'm gonna go like in.
That's not what I wanted.
Not yet.
Alright, let's go. Yeah!
Radiant structures are fortified.
Triple kill!
Your last. As you wish.
Well, it's GG.
Dire victory.
Yep.
See, look at you missing this whole time, Blue. Why not changing accounts?
Sorry, can you say that again?
I said, look what you've been missing this whole time.
Oh, goody. That punch is so scary. Okay, next game. Wait a minute, Devraj says he can play. Devraj, you here?
Oh.
Is he by chance higher than Archon?
I have no idea. He asked very insightful questions, though. Okay, give me your friend ID, Devraj. To find out your friend ID, you go into your profile, and it's the numbers right there. And could you please type that into stream chat? Thanks. Command me, guys. My contact summary 166. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Where's my command back?
I never said I would come in back.
Ah.
Wow, scammer.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good.
Devraj, just give me your ID number, man. Yeah, Smallsa, actually, this was not my idea. My computer crashed. As I was trying to load into my next game, so then there was a 5-minute penalty, no queue time. Then these guys told me to get on a 1 MMR account. So here we are. Someone invite that guy? Can't seem to find a invite button.
I also don't have it.
I 3-so don't have it.
You have a really high ratio of commands. Oh, holy crap, look at this guy. Almost 2,000 commands.
Maybe he asks for commands like you do.
Oh. Why is the invite button just not there sometimes? Okay, Devraj, I need you to go into your options. Options, advanced options.
Friending him.
I can't even open up his friend thing or his.
And if this is enabled, can you disable this, please?
Oh yeah, how about that? Is that on, Devraj? Yeah, I'm hitting the search button, but I'm not even allowed to go to his profile.
I'm gonna queue for a game, and if we find a game before we can figure this out, then we'll play the game. But if we can get into this party, that would be great. Oh, you're in the party? He's in the party?
He's in the party?
What?
No, he's not. I just that.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh yeah, more heralds. Here we go. Awesome game.
And Devraj, you can join us on Discord as well.
Did you guys see Marana was building a refresher orb?
Oh, are you serious?
Oh, was she?
Wow.
Extra
I mean-
value.
Have you ever had 6 leaps? It's pretty fun.
Does it work
Hello
that way?
guys.
Hello?
Holy Jesus Christ, that's loud.
Hey!
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, we hear you.
Am I too loud?
No, speak loud.
Am I too loud right now?
I think that's
No,
pretty
but
good.
you're cutting out a little bit.
Okay. This is it. Like I don't think I can speak softer than this.
Volume fine.
No, you should speak a little loud.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's perfect.
Like, should I support or? I'll probably support.
I
Play
think
whatever you want.
matter.
I know, right? Play whatever you want.
Unlike our first seed games, it just truly won't matter. So, don't pick Fudge. Or Techies.
Devraj,
Those are my
heroes
two
do you
best
like to
heroes.
play?
Perfect. Easy game.
Okay, so should I pick Podge or Techies?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm. Good.
Hey, Devraj, do you mind using push to talk rather than voice transmit? Hey, Khalil, thanks, buddy. Hello, Dennis. Hey Johnny, it's like $50 to fly from Vietnam to Thailand.
That's pretty cheap.
That is damn cheap, and I think that's US dollars, but I'm not sure. Oh wait,
Nice.
no, that's Canadian. That's Canadian.
Holy shit, that's
even
really
better.
cheap.
Yeah, so that'll be like 40 US dollars.
What are the hotel prices and stuff there?
No idea. Hey, glad you like my evil laughter when someone misses a skill shot, Mikhail. Yeah, I know when people miss stuff, it's just generally a little funny, right?
We should do some sort of theme with our hero.
Alright. What are you thinking?
I don't know. Could be anything.
Hi, Samuel. Try to keep the trash talking down today, okay? Win or lose today? Mostly wins. Oh, Nicholas. You found yourself here. Are you able to get the stream notifications now? You're in Vietnam in January? 15 to 40 US dollars. Okay. You fixed your little bell? Oh, is that what you needed to do? Oops. Do I stream on Twitch? No, I don't. Nobody watches my Twitch. Good job, Alex. You're like my parrot! Just joking. Yeah, it's a little sad, Vo, but I don't know, there are people like Bulldog, Sing Sing, Arteezy, BSJ, Gork who stream on Twitch, right? It's just a lot of competition. And thanks, man. I asked you earlier, where do you live in Vietnam, but you didn't answer me. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Holy fuck, this queue is long. Do I need to know anything about Vietnam? I'm good, man. Thanks for offering, though. Wanna give me some money for my trip? Huh? Huh? It's gonna be a little tight. Finally! We got a game!
Any sort of theme I can think of only has 4, not 5. Except for knights, which have 5, but I don't think anyone wants to play Chen.
No, thank you.
You'd think
Yeah,
so, small set. But I don't know. This guy's legit hero. Lulu's legit. What's the one after hero? Guardian?
5 seconds remaining.
So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's one around 1k area, which is the lower end of the normal distribution.
So are we
Your
doing the
turn
team?
to pick.
Rather than just play who you want.
Sounds good. Thanks, Vo, for following on Twitch.
Your turn to pick.
His name is pretty funny, isn't it, Alex?
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Gonna go Nuker Mirana. Eggs, Dagony Blade. Blink Dagger. Is anyone else here from Pakistan? Pretty sure I had one guy from Pakistan. I'm not sure how you donated, but you did.
Let's go, Core Lion.
I love blue.
Thanks for the Twitch follow.
Your turn to pick.
Blue Chan's not carrying already.
I think our draft's pretty bad.
Yeah, but they're all...
Does it matter?
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean,
Hi, Anka.
if it's bad
Thank
enough,
you.
yeah.
Hi, Monster. Just find some Dota
Nah, we'll
2.
be fine. You can play position 1 if you want. I'm perfectly fine as a position 3, Lion. I'll go wherever you don't go, Megan.
I'm gonna go... Actually, I don't think it matters, actually.
Yep.
I don't either.
It would be cool if I didn't lane against Zeus. I don't know. Like, I can kill Zeus, I just don't want him killing my spiders.
I think
your
Zeus
spiders
can't
have
really
like
kill your spiders really.
30. Yeah, some of your spiders have like 50% magic resist.
Yeah, but he just starts spamming that shit every 2 seconds, and I take, like, the, what do you call it? Percent HP damage.
I think if he spams his arc laning on you and your spiders, you win. Because then he just runs out of mana.
Prepare for battle.
It's in the bag.
In the bag.
I need to restart, nothing's acting rude.
Yes.
Have fun with your movie, Blend.
Calling Blades aren't worth it on a ranged.
There are
No.
some circumstances where it might be.
On a Lion. Plus 7 damage, I don't think it will be worth for a Lion.
Leap forward.
Or just CS the old-fashioned way.
I think if your CS abilities are really bad, or you're up. No, actually, no. You should be buying Quelling either way this game. So actually, it is a very good.
Oh
item for
right,
this
there's
game.
Furion.
To the battle.
Okay, well that's good enough for me.
Forward, pet.
30 seconds.
Actually, we can get kill here very easily.
On the prowl.
Wait, let me.
CK stop.
I'm running over. Stun.
We ride.
You stun? Check.
Good idea.
Wow, went through everything. Keep chasing, keep chasing.
That's him. Yeah, 2 seconds.
The battle begins.
I'm blocked.
Shackle?
Oh, I got it.
Perfect.
Easy.
Oops, I accidentally got first blood. Sorry, team. My.
Oh no. Back up, you're gonna die.
Since you command.
Thank you, JT.
As you will it. Attack.
Ravage.
Not a penny wasted.
Oh, I just know.
This grows interesting. Good idea. Agreed. On the prowl. Stars, Sanaba.
Oh man.
Leap forward.
Oh shit.
On track.
Very close.
This is
Alex.
such a fucking
Since you
bullshit
command.
hero, man.
You wanna go bottom?
Good idea.
Not really.
I'm under attack.
This is missing.
To the battle. Forward by bounds. Saving this haste.
Kill bottom, kill bottom, kill bottom, kill bottom. Run at them right now.
Yes.
Kill them, kill them.
Oh shit.
I think I'll be fine if I just solo this lane, Ricky. I don't know if you want to run.
Okay.
Middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, nice.
No, I'm just gonna
Of course.
curl it because it's already here.
Does he have a sentry there?
Yeah. Yes.
Good idea. We ride.
Keep right-clicking the Furion if you can. But not that far up.
As you will.
Okay.
Forward, pet.
Oh, he's zooming.
Forward by bounds.
Hey Lily, when you put down sentry, you gotta be able to to
Yeah.
react and take it down right away.
I'll save this for you. Double damage.
Can you go bottom, Ricky?
Yep.
Good idea. To the battle.
Oh my god.
I really should patent that.
He's 3-2. Oh, I thought I might survive a 3-2, but guess not.
Since you command it.
Oh shit.
Stop. Oh. Good idea. We ride.
My stalker's missing.
Yeah.
Never mind, he's back. He went to shrine.
Forward, pet.
Hey, Broodmother, do you want a shrine?
Not really.
Okay.
I'll die on you. Stop. Evil curse. Leap forward.
Can you not hit the creeps?
Yeah, sorry.
It's actually fucking up my last hits.
Yes. Stop.
Get the Fury on.
On track. This will come in handy. On the prowl. Haste. Stop. Whimper, dogs.
Always me.
Maybe you should just buy Bone Blade.
Yeah.
For no reason except for tree cutting.
Fair star.
God damn it, man. I'm dead.
Fury on teleport.
Yeah, it's okay. Lulu or Carnage, can you, one of you, put down a sentry, please? Buy a sentry from your backpack or stash, and then drop it on the ground. Right click it, drop it on the ground.
Oh, I don't have the gold. Sorry.
You know what I mean? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Stop.
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward by bounds.
I'm here.
Since you command it. Leap forward.
Fingers of fuck. He's like maxing the rockets and lasers, huh? You know what that means? After the laning phase, he's gonna be so useless. That's what it means.
Starfall. Run like the dogs you are. We ride.
If you shackle the stalker, if he comes for me like that again, you can just kill him.
Agree.
If he comes up like that, go.
Good idea.
Wow, that Nature's Prophet fucked up. Never mind, get back Lulu, get back Lulu, get back Lulu.
This for later. Double allies.
Coming to kill CK.
Forward, pet. On the prowl.
Racist towers.
Nice.
As if Sabin has been eyeing your mount all day.
If I'm mana draining, these guys will always just come up and try to hit me. That's a good time to go. Easy way to bait them. Night Stalker's not here, so okay, no, he's here. Just harass him.
On track. Yes.
There's a Zeus here, careful.
As you will it. Starfall.
I also have a sentry there now.
Tuck your tail and run, you mutt.
I'm gonna shrine bottom.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On the prowl. For the hunt. Yes. Since you command it, your
I'm
middle
grabbing
tower
runes
is
and
under
then coming
attack.
to help you.
We ride.
I think you guys should let me hit 6. Okay, I'm 6.
Agreed. Dire structures
Good job,
are
guys.
fortified.
Scatter while you can. Perfect. Starborn.
You know what? That was pointless to do because he's just gonna teleport back.
Mm-hmm. Spoil that shot.
Need help, mid?
Nope. You go mid, you'll just die.
Of course.
Okay.
Thanks for offering that.
Leap forward. Dive.
Is this last game today, Logan? It might be. We'll see how I feel after this game.
Thus, you pay. Good idea. This will come in. The prize is mine.
Back up, back up.
To the back.
Nice.
Hey, Lion, can you both get out of vision, please? Yeah, just go hide or something. Everyone, just hide. Okay, now let's go in.
He wants to
Go
ult.
in, go in.
Good idea. You make a fine crater. Scatter while you can. Stop. I have laser beam. Nights are at an end.
Run, Lion.
Such power. Forward by bounds.
That guy's all rockets and lasers.
It's not time yet. The enemy's
Oh, the pathing. And it just got blinked too.
good idea. On track.
Hey. Oh, Nhan, thanks, buddy.
It's small, but I think
Cảm ơn
it
nhiều
gives
nha.
you some motivation.
We ride.
He's too deep in the tower.
Yeah, you.
4 seconds.
Power up star.
Instant 4-second nuke. That's not a.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Saving this for
Oh my god. They're still over here.
dive on. Double down.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Forward by the star.
Nice offers of bound.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Since you command it.
Oh, another Vietnamese. Thanks, Alex. It's a lot of lollipops.
To the battle. Fair warning. Your deck has
Now
started.
they really want to push bottom.
Good idea. Forward, pet. Of course. For the hunt. As you will it. Start! Agreed. Vent.
Don't just Carnage. Just don't do anything, okay?
Your middle tower
Oh, never mind. You're dead either way.
Out.
Alex, are you from Vietnam?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Did he just ult twice? What?
Yeah.
Or Luke?
Oh, that makes sense, I guess.
Stop! Leap forward. Since you commanded.
Jesus Christ. Actually, you know what? We just don't have farms.
I'm out.
Compete with this.
I mean, they're just leaving Magnus for top 11.
I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
You're from Minnesota? You talk little? And you talk little? That's okay, man.
Good idea.
Sometimes it's better that people talk little. Some people talk too much. Annoys the shit out of me.
To the battle. Saving this for later. As you will it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On the prowl.
Stop! Radiant structures are fortified.
Forward
Your
by
middle
bounds.
tower is under attack.
Thanks, Alex.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I'll probably win the game. Though these guys are a lot better than I expected.
Agreed.
Just need a little bit of farm.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, goodness. Nice doctor.
Tempting to come.
He maxed this shit, huh? He maxed Crippling Fear.
Oh shit, you're all dead.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Keep running. Oh shit! Oh! Oh my god, you even blinked at the perfect time! Damn, son.
Leap forward. Stop. Yes.
Ooh, I want that Night Stalker. Please, please stay there. No longer. No,
Tinker's
don't run
smart.
from me.
He will run from you.
Agreed.
He ran, I don't know where he went.
Good idea.
Alex, I don't know what you're talking about.
Seeking Oath is down.
We ride.
Your top tower is under attack.
I completely missed that stun because of the pool.
Good idea.
Your top tower is under attack.
Evil curse.
Fuck.
Oh shit!
The armlet toggles well. The armlet toggles very well.
Yeah, these. No, I'm pretty sure Tinker's a Smurf. CK might be. Not really sure.
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward by bounds.
Can somebody help
Raj?
Lion, please? Thanks.
I thought you were here, Raj. Get back. I thought you were right here.
Run like the dogs you are.
Your top tower has fallen.
Stop.
It should have been fine, it was ending.
Evil curse.
Your top tower is under attack.
They have an observer here.
To the battle.
You're gonna die, Shaman.
Stop. Leap forward.
I'll take that double damage.
Not yet.
Our guard is
That's all I can do for you.
Of course.
No, I was just standing there.
Tower is under attack.
What? He has a ward here. And I got a 4-second stun.
This will double
What the fuck?
Your top tower
4-second stun every time.
I'll say
Here's
this
hacks.
for later. The prize is mine.
No, I said they had wards and nobody listened to me.
Talking about 4-second stun.
Since you command it.
I was talking about 4-second stun too. It's the third time he stunned me, and all of them were forced.
As you will it.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I am not ready.
Well, it was actually my fault. I shouldn't have left the base until it was nighttime.
On track. Forward by back. Start. Of course.
You're just gonna take that where you can see it, or you're just
I
gonna
cannot take it.
Start.
Well played.
See you later, Alex.
On the prowl.
I'm just gonna stay here. Don't kill me.
No, you're gonna be okay.
As you will. Start. We ride.
It's fucking over, guys.
Tuck your tail and ride.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I got it back. My HP's too low.
They have a ward here. Like, we're not dewarding at
Since you
all.
command it. Rain down upon my enemy.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is falling.
Without you in it.
Do I need to ban you? And what makes you think
I
that
have
they're
been
not
dead
Smurfs?
for about 15 consecutive minutes, so
Let me know, Tyrell, okay? I don't like pieces of shit in my stream now. And you have no power here. And also, I can't control 9 players in this game. Fucking tough little shit. You're so good.
Leap to it. On track. Leap
Four
forward.
staff would probably help a lot for you.
Krinduker. Stop. Ah. Agreed. Stop.
Somebody took that in
Forward
this
by
video.
bounds. Venice. An easy shot. On the prowl. It's not late. We ride. Dive on.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Forward. Stop. Good idea. On track. Stop. Rain down upon mine enemy. As you will it.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
There you go. Got my combo down.
Stop! Your bottom tower is under attack.
Of course.
Okay, we're gonna have to take here.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Sharp.
Okay, maybe I can do something cool now. Let's see if I can pull it off.
To the battle.
Oh, come on.
I'm not ready. Bullseye. Stop!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
We ride. You had no place here. Since you command.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Forward, pet.
Go, go, go.
Then. Stop.
Oh my god, my. Oh, jeez, man.
Run like the dogs you are.
Get the hell.
Not yet. Good idea. Out of my way. Stop.
Here, don't dive too deep, man.
Oh shit, I died to
2 seconds on side.
Get that?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What is this?
Sunrise.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm on bullseye. Yes. On track. Yes. Forward. Since you command.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey man, it's fine. Don't worry.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
To the battle.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Scatter while you can.
Fuck, where's the ward, dude?
Your middle tower is under
Actually, they're not even smurfing.
Yeah, not?
Tinker's legend and CK is ancient.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
That explains it.
Take
Oh.
me.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah, it's hard.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't worry about it, guys. It's clearly it's like a draft loss from the beginning, at least. And it doesn't help these guys are better than we are.
I kind of just assumed they'd all be heralds and didn't pick
Your
serious.
top barracks are under attack.
Yep.
Your top barracks has fallen.
Bounty.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega creeps.
Double damage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Is that in the
Uh,
He didn't toggle, he could have done that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Again, we ride.
Huh. Careful, Lulu.
Ah, shit!
Oh.
You just proved my theory.
Raj, help him. Okay, never mind, don't help him.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
Aw. GG, guys.
GG.
Nice try.
How can this be?
Hey man, Dharaj, you don't need to apologize for anything.
It was if they had a legend and an ancient that explained. Oh, who's not in party with us? Someone is not in party.
Oh, it's me. I think I restarted at some point.
Actually, everyone but the Night Stalker was legend or higher.
Oh, okay.
Seems a little imbalanced, considering all of these accounts that we're on are quite low.
Well, Archons are lower.
It's unranked, so I'm guessing it goes with the unranked MMR.
Yeah, that CK is almost divine, Jesus.
No, they were not even 5-star.
They had so many ways to catch Brood, it was just fucking frustrating.
Did I just see you with 100 conduct summary, Billy?
Yeah, we had a discussion about this earlier. That's why
I thought it was the
asked
other
in the
account.
comments.
Not this one.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, and they could drift me across cliffs. That was fun.
I guess I should check their accounts before I mess around.
It's okay, I was messing around too.
Everyone was messing around.
Lulu's got 2 last hits.
I think that's the problem.
Do I? Oh my god, I am sorry. I should have not done that.
Yeah. Hi, Alex. Let's just call you Win. Okay, let's call you Win, yeah. Hi, Win. No, we lost the game. These guys are too good. Did I watch the 7 ways to hide my fart in Minecraft? You think it was kind of funny? No, man. That's an oddly specific question. A little bit too oddly specific. Also, I'm a little bit too old for that kind of stuff, man. I'm 30 years old. Minecraft's for people half my age, you know? Hey Kung T, I'm a streamer. I'm gonna turn off my camera, guys. I feel really tired, so I just want to slouch a bit. Get a game.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Archons.
Hey guys, were games easier on my other account?
Sorry?
No.
Were games easier on my other account?
I don't know, but they have an Archon and a Herald.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think if we did actual ranked, it might be more balanced.
Yeah.
Although the Venge might be a Smurf.
Yeah.
Your turn.
In the Slark.
Two little games to tell.
Oh, I want a bounty.
Too slow.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
What are you talking about, man? No one understands what you're talking about,
It should
dude.
be an easy game, actually. Based on draft, at least, if we're smart.
Win is a kid, by the way.
It's gotta be.
I'll be real careful.
Yeah, no one knows what the hell you're talking about, man. You're just kind of doing your own thing, but no one has any idea. Can you fucking stop spamming? We heard you the first 3 times. Thanks, man.
Yes.
Oh no.
Prepare for battle.
You lost it, dude?
Lost what?
The predictions.
Oh.
In hindsight, I shouldn't have predicted for a Lion game.
Never cross me.
Oh well.
And I should have told you I was gonna go caster build around. I think I did say that, didn't I?
Well, I actually thought they would all be heralds anyway, so it wouldn't matter.
Bow down. Why not?
Hi, Danny.
That's right.
Hi, Niwo.
30 seconds to battle.
Holy shit.
You know, in situations like that, Lulu, you should be body blocking for Timberstone.
Yeah.
Blood, bad, and bad.
No, just grab our. No, grab ours. Grab ours. Grab ours.
Oh my god.
A good choice. The time has come.
Okay, Devraj, run over here, and as BB walks down, you just click him.
Okay.
Good.
You just stand right here. Alright, now click him.
I claim the right.
You're gonna continue to stand here, okay? Just stand right there and click him. Just click him. Just click him. Click him. Click him. Click him. Yeah, keep clicking him.
Oh.
You can back off now, so you don't build too many spine charges.
I'll take my fee. Run if you can. Never yet. I fight. Yes, more.
Okay, we can go back and clicking him.
Yes, sir. My code compels me.
Nice.
You died nobly. I'll do it. By the outcast blade. Of course. Good idea. Keep it here. At last.
Eric, get back.
To battle.
Lulu, if they can do that much damage to me, you should not be fighting them like that.
Enough.
You shouldn't be fighting them at all.
I thought that I could bait him under the tower.
Yeah, but there's 3 of them. They know how to dive and switch aggro.
Attack. Feel my blade.
Actually, you know what, Lulu? I think I'm coming to realize that you actually try to play like me a little bit too much.
Maybe. I watch you every single day. So I might be influenced by you.
You need to know the limitations of your hero first.
Back.
I don't know this. I claim the right.
No, it's not worth it.
Yes.
Keep running. Run down. Run this way. Run this way. Down. Down. Towards the tower.
Right.
Can you block that camp, Lulu? Or their pool camp?
Forward.
Not while they're there.
Is it farming?
So you say. Why not?
She's just farming.
They just pulled.
My code compels me. I fight. Better yet. On the way. It's only proper.
That's not a good way to run, Lulu.
Nope.
Aye. The reward of discipline. Of course.
We can kill this BB. You ready? I will stun first. Go. Shackle.
Never cross me.
Sorry.
It's okay, man. Let's get back. Get away from him.
Okay. Run if you can. Agreed. Right. Good. I'm under attack.
I've got 0 mana.
Okay, thanks.
You deserve it. Aye.
Ah, you should have gone for the rune.
To battle.
She already took it. Don't bother going for it.
I can do no
They might just kill you.
This Invoker lost mid, by the way.
A good choice.
Oh, sorry, I should have waited for you.
That's all good.
Very well. Mm-hmm. By the outcast flame. Done. I'll do it. Die now. Yes.
You want the board?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I have to back up from this. Oh shit.
You make a right
Sprayed twice.
Denied.
Where's your towers, guys? Come on, let's go.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
getting tri-lane top and Lulu's dead again.
Good try, Lane.
Oh shit! Oh my god.
Remember what I said about straight lines being the fastest way away?
Wow.
She just ran straight. Don't
Yeah,
curve.
but she can stun me, so.
She was actually further behind than Bounty Hunter.
So you say?
No.
Good enough.
Juking in here is much easier and better.
Hey, the Raj, we're not gonna try to kill him at all. So, actually, you don't have to be here. I think you can go top. No, you don't have to pull either. Just don't be here. He's past critical mass, so we just cannot do anything.
Now, let's stay on this side.
Yeah.
Devraj, you two, stay on this side. Don't go in. Don't go in.
Very well. Move on.
Hey, does bottom want the brood tower removal service?
Bow down.
Yeah, man. How much you charge?
Give me a second. And I'll come down.
Good idea.
You don't have any mana.
Agreed.
They're missing.
Oh, he had no mana left, dude.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Good, there's quite a few mid. Take this tower.
On the way.
Time to run.
I deny you.
I did not get Warcry because I'm not interested in surviving.
Good choice.
Even if I died in this fight here. What I'm interested in is doing damage and speed farming.
Never yet.
1 second. Nice work. I found the couriers.
At last. Why not? Never cross me. I go by the breeze.
Careful, Devraj, don't go that way. Lulu, get back. Something, stay on the left side.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I was trying to go for the runes.
You were up here.
But they are going in group of 3 for the runes as
I can do no less.
Well, Slog's gonna have a lot of agility.
Has fallen.
Oh.
That's right.
Slark is still half of Broodmother's level, so I think we're good.
I'll do it. What?
Over here, Lulu.
Yes.
They always gank this way, so stand this way.
Structures are fortified.
Aye. My code compels me. No choice. Very well.
I'm gonna kill some Joker.
I strength
Okay.
pleases. So you say.
Don't waste your shield so early.
Yeah.
Why not? Oh. Good idea. One guard. By the outcast blade. Mega kill. Die now. I'll do it.
Also, in general, you should just be behind me, not in front of me. Someone just teleported somewhere.
Yeah, they got the whole team where I was now, so I'm out of there.
Slark is
trying to learn from the last games.
That's right.
Bounty's missing too.
I think Slark, so Slark TP bottom, I'm gonna go top now, guys. We're pushing
Okay.
top.
Play around your wards.
You should.
Yeah, I think if you just run around in circles around your wards, maybe you can survive their Derush. But that's okay, nice try.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I am not yet beaten. Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To battles. My code compels me. Mm-hmm. Good enough. Run if you can.
Man.
It's only proper. Aye.
I'm fucking dead.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your
So we're
bottom
clear, man?
tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I think we should be figuring out what our next team level move is. I'm not sure what that is. Open to suggestions. I have a good timing right now, so I'd like to exploit that. I can 1v1 any of them besides maybe Bristleback.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can
Still
do
maybe
so.
Bristol- like
You
if
can Roshan, can't you?
they can. Roshan. I think I need armor reduction for that. It'll take too long. I don't have it this game. I think Bristlebacks alone. We could probably. I'll just put my spiders away. We can probably kill him as like free if we can get it there in time. I'm out of web charges though. That's kind of bad. I just web top. No, yeah, certainly alone. But yeah, I'm thinking with Diffusal and Insatiable Hunger, it should be doable with like +1 or +2.
Yeah, we'll eat a tango and come on up.
Yep.
Make sure you eat that tango.
Yep.
I think by the time I get there, I'll have 1 web charge, so I hope we have a lot of slows.
All I have is this for you.
Yeah,
I can
Sinister
steal
Gaze,
stats.
once he like exceeds the range of my, or is about to exceed my web, like do it, and then I'll be hungering him from the front. That'll be great, actually. You can...
Or save it for when he teleports, if he teleports.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got one of those. But yeah, I'm really not scared of Vanguard. I can do. I don't really care.
Should I TP as well?
I don't think that'll be fast enough, and you might even scare him if you TP wrong. I think basically by the time Lich gets there, I'll be ready. Also, I think you shouldn't be bought. If they challenge that tower, you can't do anything about it. That's just a waste of gold, or it's giving them gold rather.
Better yet.
Can you slow him?
Yeah, I'm Ed.
Yep.
I think this is a good pause
Herald.
because he just barely doesn't see my spiders yet. I don't even know I'm bringing him. I'm gonna turn him. Also, yeah, if you can get your minus H or minus strength, that'd be really cool.
Aye. Good.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Easy,
Oh my god.
What did you do?
That was my mistake.
Aye. Yes,
How much damage did you take there? Fuck.
600.
You only have you barely even had that much HP.
And I did not. I wasn't full.
Yeah, if you wanted though, you would have survived.
Yeah, I realized that now.
It's like a whole 200 HP there.
Right. You should not have crossed me. Never cross me. Attack. Die now.
Oh, we killed Bounty too. Cool.
Bow down.
Hey Chinbat, the only way to go up in MMR is just play better, man. There's no, like, everyone has different strengths and weaknesses, right? Like, map awareness, teamwork, communication, drafting, last hitting, mechanical ability. Hero knowledge? I don't know what your weakness is, dude. Watch your replays.
Bounties in Viz.
E. Actually, I do not want to fight this at all.
Smoke is coming as well.
Can I get a frost shield, please? Frost shield me. And run. Yo, man. Okay. Watch out when you put down your words, because sometimes you can trap your teammates.
Whoa, shit. You can still see like
That's
the
okay.
dead Sven and then like all the
Yeah.
that shit got hit by. EMP.
Also,
Probably
you need to run.
Hammer triggered a quill spray, I'm sure.
Like, use your mana boots and probably just teleport. Or blood, or that bristleback's gonna just charge you to death.
I think with all of the tier 2s gone top, we should take Roche as a team.
No, don't pop it. Just do that. And
Mr. Bluespan?
Yeah, Roshan's good.
Okay. Once Sven's up, we'll do it. I'll put some vision down too as well.
Good teamwork.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
How's your day going, Hottie?
You left right before Slug came.
Lunch at 4 p.m.?
Your middle tower is under attack.
How did they get from here to here in like 10 seconds?
Good question.
That's right.
He's back!
Finally.
Second lunch.
Good enough.
Second lunch? When second dinner?
Of course.
What the fuck? I'm supposed to be stacking.
I should have my second breakfast.
Shift Q doesn't work sometimes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Are we able to fight this? Can we kill these
Yeah,
guys?
sure.
I'm coming.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's a fake finish.
Oh yeah, I got debated.
Let's go. Push mid. Or actually, Roche. It's fucking tier 3.
That is a good call.
Better yet.
I'm gonna manage with it.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Can you put down your wards? Put down your wards here.
Your bottom
Lulu, get
tower
out.
is under
Move, Lulu, move down just a little bit. Put down your wards.
You're trapped, Sven.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Again.
Man, I fingered it here. What are you trying to do?
Kill you?
Oh my god. Roger's actually assassin. You take it.
Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
Servers are important? They're not important at all. Do you think that Southeast Asia is harder than Europe or something?
Your middle tower.
I have BKB now. I'm pretty good to do like anything, I guess, at this point.
Good choice. Fall. Feel my blaze. The reward of discipline. On the way.
You should not go that far.
Oh, brood here.
There's a bounty around. Somewhere around there.
They need more heroes.
Yes.
So it's pretty good if we take bottom.
Alright, let's do it.
I can do no less.
Hey Devraj, whatever you do, don't ward me again.
Agreed.
You know, wherever you see Sven, put it on the opposite side.
Okay.
Might I even be safer if you ward yourself? Actually, no, they can all damage through the wards. And like, do not ward yourself, please.
Ooh, Chain Frost, so good!
GG, let's go. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh no! I did this. Kill this fucker. Take the tower.
Wow, what a shame.
What a shame.
I got Bloodstone after that.
Let's get Rex, please.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
My code compels me. At last.
Dire structures are fortified.
Alright, BKB. Nice, Stormhammer.
Thank you. Nice PMA.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Actually, I don't want to die with this.
Yeah, I want to get these Rex.
Good idea.
I still have BKB.
Here, that BB is really difficult.
I'm just hitting the tower.
No, I don't want to die with this BB.
I'll TP out.
On the bed.
TPing out.
They abandoned.
Oh.
I guess that's game.
I'm gonna boost travel in.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Hey JT, I'm glad you enjoyed my joke, man. I thought nobody got it. Yeah, I made that joke, JT, and it was basically like this.
The Dead Stark, let's go. Oh, they're all abandoning now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that fucking Invoker got dumpstered mid. That was pretty
This is not right.
satisfying.
Did you say it was satisfying or not satisfying?
Satisfying, absolutely.
Oh, nice.
Right. Blink dagger. Regeneration. Yes.
Weren't you like level 7 like 5 minutes ago? Timbersaw?
Who?
You?
No. I was level like 12 like 5 minutes ago before that fight.
Uh-oh. Critical mass?
Never cross me.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Die now. Yes.
GG.
GG.
Man, new Timbersaw actually has really bad armor.
Isn't it better armor?
Later, yeah, but I usually don't take that much damage from tower at like 16 stacks. Normally with like 5 or 6 stacks, or actually no, like 10 stacks, I can usually just dive the tower.
We just find a game, oh my god.
That's how Brood games are supposed to go, Mr. Bluespan.
Nice job, man. No, you know what? I think your leadership and your teamwork there was excellent, and that's probably one of the biggest reasons why we won. Also, you had a really nice matchup.
Yeah, you gave the enemy a very brooding
Yeah, no Zeus Night Stalker, that definitely helped.
Your turn to pick.
Be right back.
Oh man, there's a Rubik I need to punch.
Alright.
I need to win, I think it's 5 more games against the Rubik.
Your turn to pick.
Holy, second pick sniper.
Your turn to pick.
I think you need to change your name to Dota 2 player to match the leg of Leggins player.
Your turn to
Done.
pick. Ten seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Hey Billy.
You're a core punch, by the way.
I know. But hey Billy.
Hey, Johnny.
If you get away with very low health, you can just say, I'm slithering away.
Oh, I thought to play the sound effect for you.
Lane? Oh, nice. You want the off lane or do you want to face dark?
You know, I think I'd rather run a sniper.
I figured.
I'm back.
Hey.
Oh. PA Darcy's not going to be a very fun lane.
Wait a minute, they have a PA? Wait, what? Now I'm just... Whatever, I'm going bottom. I guess this off-lane sniper Darkseer.
You can switch if something happens.
Well, it
anyway.
actually makes more sense to put PA and Darkseer together.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Oh my god, this PA's an ancient.
He's ancient? Oh,
Ancient?
fuck.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
Legend stick.
Oh, fuck.
Good thing we have Hex, Shackles, Earthspike, Dismember, Slithering Crush,
Prepare for battle.
Bash of the Deep. Like, if we can't kill PA, we're pretty bad at Dota.
The only thing is when we all go on PA, we're gonna get tornadoed and shrapnelled and vacuumed. BKB, this game goes.
Don't worry, I'll kill the Invoker. He won't be a problem.
So, Mr. Clinks, are you gonna go for a pick-off build, or are you gonna go for a split pushing build?
I do minus armor all the time.
Okay, so minus armor is very good.
And I'm probably gonna go hex as well after that.
Okay.
So yeah, pick off, I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of both pick off and split push. It does both.
Next time, get Ether Shock first. It's much better.
Onward.
Your Shackles doesn't really do much, especially since I'm in lane with you.
Yeah.
Unless you can get a really good angle.
Like if it was
Otherwise-
Ursa, maybe Shackles would be good.
Okay.
Yeah. But Ether Shock has very good harass potential early. Mix that with your right clicks and you pretty much kill the shit out of everyone. I think Sniper's top.
Vigilance. Guard well.
Lock the creep wave or something?
No,
I
don't
think this
block.
guy's fucking dead.
First blood.
But you can de-ward that. Because I'm 90% sure he just warded right in front of us. Yep, he warded. Also, you said you got Shackles, right? So get ready to shackle.
Alright.
Guard well. I'm on to you.
Oh my god, he put the ion shell on me. Okay, I'm okay with that.
Nice. I'm missing my CS.
This Invoker wants to trade with me. I enjoy that.
Good shackle. I like how you waited a bit first.
Yes. On their tail.
It's okay, get back.
You're in deep water. Onward.
Now he doesn't have mana.
My trees.
No mercy.
I have a stun in 3.
Stun, run up to him, stun.
I don't have it yet! I'm too close.
Okay. Fine.
Let me get my boots.
Look to the foe.
I pull on this next creep wave.
Don't pull when there are creeps in our tower because
Stun.
I'm
Stun
gonna
the
get
dark sphere
dove.
you can. Never mind. Never mind.
When you pull, make sure my wave is like up here or something. That way they don't just dive me. See, level 1 telekinesis, so shit.
Ooh, double stun.
Just run.
One more. Just PA2. Kill PA. Nice.
Nice.
So good.
Alright.
Ooh.
Let your guard down.
I'm gonna drop some items for you. Can you break? Those if you can.
Thank you, 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 thank you.
Actually got 2.
Yes.
Should be 3 items.
Guard well.
Honestly, who gets level 1 lift?
Rubik's know how to play Rubik.
Deep ones guide.
Oh man, you gotta react faster. Oh, my other turn.
Put it on you again.
Oh my god, your stuns are so good!
Nice.
One of these stupid trees coming back, Jesus.
Runes, please.
Onward.
Watch out, Rubik's gonna go for runes too.
Attack. Money changes hands.
Oh, nice.
Go.
Oh, we got 4. Nice.
Wanna go bottom shrine?
Okay, I will join you at the bottom shrine. Right after I finish these 2 creeps.
I'm on to
Darkseer's top.
Who you stay here?
Yep.
How long does it take for trees to respawn?
5
About
minutes.
350.
5 minutes, right?
well.
That's what I thought. Why is it not responding?
I rush to defend.
Bottom is still missing.
Okay.
Yes.
Rubik's missing. Get ready.
Oh, Rubik is bottom.
Keep a lookout.
Can you go after Rubik and stun him?
No delay.
Oh. I told you to do worth that. You'd have gotten free.
Nice.
Deep ones guide me. I'll treasure this. No mercy. Onward.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Slither.
Bottom is missing again.
Vigilance. On their tails.
Fuck!
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Over.
I didn't see anything.
Face me. Look to the foe.
Wait. Rubik's there, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck
I
is
ran
he
out of-
headshotting me ever hit for?
Run out of-
Fortified.
Guess not.
There you go.
Probably just fucked off.
After them. I'll do it for a fin. Coward.
Oh, there he is.
Scaling up. Yeah, you're in deep water.
Wait. Okay, run out.
Look to the foe.
No.
Take your time.
Cowards.
Hey, good job buying one, Lulu.
Thank you.
Yes. Wonderful job.
No. Thank you. But there's a double damage top.
Face me.
I'm gonna kill Invoker.
Run out of Rubik. Never mind. He's so careful. It's okay. No, I can't help you right now. You should not be running at him. Like when we
Run
go in,
down
we
like
have to go in
this,
together.
And if sniper comes up,
Okay.
shackle.
Defend.
Yeah. Oh god, how'd he get out? Oh, perfect timing.
Poker's with you, bottom.
Oh, nice.
Can you
meet
cast spell? Cast spell?
Good job. No, don't I don't need it.
Let's go this guy.
Keep running.
I have this.
Fucking 2-shot. Let's kill.
Oh. So
I
dead.
almost have enough mana for a combo. Oh, you're gonna get runes.
Arcane Rune?
Oh fuck, man. We're gonna kill some shit
Oh yeah.
with this minus armor.
No, not yet. Let me heal up a bit.
Vigilance.
Oh, smart guy.
My arrows.
Oh,
To the fight. My hands are
On the way.
Look to the foe.
If he stays here, he's dead. And he is dead.
It's just a PA. I'm not scared of PA.
No. Rubik's so fast.
For the other people.
They're busy with bottom.
I am backing to go. I'm not backing. I'm gonna use courier to buy
Oh
back.
man, Rubik's got strafe. Watch out.
Oh fuck, my ranger attack's gonna be screwed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You're in deep water.
No, you don't have to shackle when he's dismembered. Just future reference.
This Shadow Shaman's getting so much free coaching, eh?
oh yeah.
But
Alright.
the automatic response.
Okay, well I guess that's a good response, but stacking the stun isn't really.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
90% of the time I manage to get dismember off. The other 10% I just suck balls. Also, I'm going bottom
sniper,
because
the
it looks
sniper
like there's a
farm?
lot of.
Sniper's
Oh,
level
they're
6.
being bottom.
I'm getting out.
Alright.
I'm coming in.
Okay, I'm going in too.
I'm gonna go back in.
There's a beacon.
I'm blocked by this stupid thing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wow.
I'm out of mana. Oh, we got a minute. It's just destruction.
I just looked at the tornado.
It's a dead Darkseer. Oh yeah.
Best sympathies.
I'm walking straight for that PA. Okay, I'm teleporting straight for that PA.
Guard well.
We're feeding courier now.
Radiant's
Oh no.
courier has been killed.
I thought I was straight. Oops. I guess I'm not straight.
I'm coming to kill
Oh, there's
top.
3 top now. And they're
Let's kill
leaving.
them all dead.
Keep a lookout.
Look, somebody. Let me see that shit. Did I actually get him?
Oh, sniper is here.
I have a sniper.
Monster kill.
Who used? Oh,
You got him.
Wow, Lulu.
Oh, Lulu got him.
walking straight
Yeah,
line.
they
to
might
bottom.
TP in. The Raj, get back.
The enemy's top
Yeah, walk away,
tower
walk away.
has fallen.
I am walking straight.
No, now you dwell in the deep.
Oh shit, holy shit!
I am no longer coming bottom. Ooh, maybe I am.
Go in.
Fortunes change.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh man.
Let's fight. Oh, this Invoker's fucking dead.
Oh.
Get fucked.
I'm slow as fuck.
Rage buyback.
Make no mistake.
I am not fast enough to catch without blink.
Did I not work Pelling Blade? Oh yeah, yeah.
To the fight.
I'm gonna get my blink dagger.
Not ready. Shiny as souls. Vigilant. Onward, a soldier's fortune. No mercy.
There's a sentry on the ward spot.
I am coming for some fuck.
You want fuck? You want fuck?
You want fuck? You want fuck? Me gon' fuck.
Oh fuck lie?
You think it's just a sentry, or is there an observer there too?
No, it's at least a sentry.
Okay.
Ones guide me.
Well, I see.
You know, it
target.
could be an observer too because he kind of
Okay,
saw me.
that is definitely an observer up there.
There's a fucking sniper.
Top tower is under attack.
He has invis.
Yeah, he took Shadow Walk.
Armor melts away. In over your head.
And he canceled my TP too.
Oh, come here.
Fucking mischance, my god.
Are they playing with us?
God damn it. Careful. His teammates
What's
might
your
be
plus
coming.
90 damage, Lulu?
I'm not level 10 yet.
Patrolling.
And he canceled my TP. How depressing.
Onward.
Got him. Lulu, Lulu.
I'm
Okay.
I rush to defend.
Which one's real dark side? The one running back? Never mind.
Yeah.
Onward. I'll treasure this.
I said I was coming, Lulu.
Radiant's carrier has been killed.
There's a sniper here somewhere. And a PA.
PA here.
Did you get that ward out?
Yeah, that ward's been dewarded.
They might have placed another one. I don't know.
I need to back for a bit.
What defeated?
Where'd he go?
There's a Rubik here.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Wow, they rewarded.
Yeah.
Classic.
Herald.
Well, that was worth it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Shaman, put down your words. Put not on me, please. Whatever you do, just not on me.
I caught up Sky.
I'm gonna go home.
Deep ones guide me.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
fuck, she missed.
God. Shit. Man, that cast ring.
My just reward. I rush to defend. Yes. Keep a look to the dead zone with you. Finally, deep ones guide me.
Anybody want to come down the hill? Hey.
I'm on to you.
What? Wow, he died quick.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's the power of armor reduction.
I'll make my way down.
On their tail.
I should grab this rune, huh?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
And there's no rune.
To the fight. Guard well. Look there.
I smell Invoker.
You're in deep water.
Got my stun.
I.
The deeps. Slither. No delay. After them.
Dire's structures are fortified.
50, eh? Over here.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I don't think he needs you.
Ah.
Look to the foe.
Miss chance. There we go. I don't know why PI didn't start running as soon as she broke. That's so dumb.
I don't think she realized she broke.
Yes. Guard well.
Oh, shit. He, may have hook. I don't know who gave him hook, but he has it.
I don't know either.
No delay. On guard. Vigilance. To the
Nice.
We're just going fishing, don't get hooked.
Come on, Sniper, let's go. Oh no.
To the foe.
Nothing.
Holy
Easy bad.
Oh, I'm coming, Johnny. Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. She just ulted him.
Oh yeah.
Fucking wrecked. Why not Moonshards, Lodar?
Oh, you know, I like to survive if I can get more kills.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Jesus, 3 hits.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed.
For what?
Come on.
He wants to kill me.
Oh, oh no! Oh fuck!
Oh shit! Punch got a hook.
Where's the real punch?
What the fuck?
PA can't kill you. What is this shit? I might die. Oh no!
Oh shit! Oh shit!
They really like to hook you.
Fucking hookers.
Yeah, you can hook all day.
Yeah.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Nothing you can do about it when you're so hot.
Your bottom
Oh,
tower
Lulu.
is under attack.
Fortune's change.
Actually, that seems like play to lose. Maybe I need a blood. Yeah, it's one of those. Anybody want a rush?
Okay.
Like
Yeah, we
Slowdar?
can.
I'll make my way over.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's someone there.
Your top tower is under attack.
From light,
Let's go.
I return. Guard well.
Your top tower is under attack.
Dude, Roshan deleted. Oh my god.
He died in the duration of one dismember.
Wow.
In over your head.
Oh, I don't have dismember.
Oh, they're fighting already. Fuck.
Hey guys, what to buy next? I have like 2k gold.
You know, Ether Lancer Blink Dagger.
Just YOLO and get a refresher.
I think there's Divine Rapier.
You a Divine Rapier.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
English only, please.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
I went to my blink. I forgot Rubik has the hook. I got hooked by a hooker.
Oh no, who bought that?
I am out of mana. I have mana again.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
Oh, throw some haze!
You just got hazed! Whatever, hook.
I need about like 20 mango.
I have no armor. This Rubik's having the time of his life, I'm sure.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah. Sunstreak, for the record.
I've never seen a single.
Oh no! Oh no!
I haven't seen a single Sunstrike all.
Yeah, he sucks. I'm not even worried. Yeah, we're gonna have 2 Bloodthorns.
Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
How are you closer to Bloodthorn? You don't even have Orchid yet.
I have the Chrysalis and I have 4,000 gold in the bank.
Oh. That's why.
Who's there? Who is behind you, DeBrush?
Oh shit!
500 gold for Lulu?
That is way too cheap.
Aw, thank you.
The deep ones return me to duty. No delay. Yes, my strength increases. Yes. Deep ones guide me. Keep a lookout. I rush to defend. On that. Not yet to the dead zone with you.
I'm coming.
I'm so far away. And they are all done. Almost.
Well, that's the power of Clinks.
Look to the foe.
Oh, you got him. Oh, you got him.
Let me pull aside the veil of secrecy.
I'll do it for a fee.
Can you buy back just a sitting fountain?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. It's not time yet.
Hulking spree?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh shit.
4 hooks in a row.
I am out of mana.
5 hooks.
Oh no!
Oh man, you broke your hook rampage.
Oh, Shadow Town's about to die.
The enemy bottom barracks has fallen.
Why are you pushing?
Yeah, what is this shit? This is not acceptable.
Yeah, have you seen me hit any buildings in the last 10 minutes, Command? Come on.
Are fortified.
You don't cast wards, cast them.
Yeah, this refresher hex the PA. That sounds good. I would totally use refresher. Like, that would be maximum troll. Don't use it for serpent wards. Use it for shackle hex. And then do shackle first so you can refresh while you're hexing.
Invisibility.
I know it does. That's why it's so trolly.
That's why it's so good.
Nobody will expect the second
No,
shot.
they see me.
That's a BKB,
Oh
guys.
shit.
There's a sentry there too.
Oh man, she regens.
I'm going back. She will kill me in 3 shots.
That's why the refresher hex. Yeah,
Exactly.
if he's chicken.
Try.
Slither. Onward.
What's a good trolley item to get an output?
Refresher. Always refresher.
I was thinking Octarine. Maybe I'll go Octarine. Instead of 4 seconds, I have 3 seconds.
No mercy.
At least they're defending well.
Nah, I'm just not attacking well.
No delay.
Anyway, they can't stop that from dying next time.
Look to the foe. It's not time yet. After them. Patrolling.
Oh, let your look this time.
Guard well. Slither.
How do you think I'm so fast?
What are you guys doing there?
Dancing.
What are you talking about?
I'm waiting for someone to come ward.
Dun dun dun.
Watch Hook slaughter instead of somebody else.
Patrolling.
I'll get out of your way. Go ahead, sir.
If they even come this way.
Put observer ward down.
We need to talk.
Oh, thank you. Wouldn't it be funny if we just all stayed here? They'll be wondering what the fuck is going on.
And then we get meatball.
Meatball would be epic right there.
And none of us have buyback?
Oh.
Johnny got scared. Pussy!
Actually, I was just getting bored. They weren't coming.
What?
Waiting too long. I just want to kill things.
Mercy.
Hi, Alec. I'm good. How are you, man?
Both items? How do you have so many item slots? I thought you were bad at item management.
I am bad at item management. I'm gonna keep it simple in this game.
Keep a lookout. No delay.
Where's Sniper? Oh, he understands the game.
Oh no. Rubik has my rot.
Suthereth guide my arrows.
Hey, care, we don't have a team here, Pudge.
Wicked sick. I'm not ready. To the fight. Let's get into
Oh, that PA hurt.
Structures are fortified.
Did PA use BKB?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it wasn't even PA that hurt me. How did Sniper do that much? He has not.
Need some armor.
Yeah, I guess I should get armor.
Look to the foe.
I mean, Ghost Scepter is only good if you use it. Armor is good all the time.
Guide me.
Armor might give you time to use Ghost Scepter.
Regeneration. Yes.
I guess I should just get AC.
You're in deep water.
Where's your basher? There you go.
Yeah, like I'm too tired to play. I've been playing for almost 10 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours.
Look to the foe.
Don't tell me. I'm a sight for sore eyes.
Onward. No delay.
Sure, Alec. You just gotta come on, man.
Oh, baby.
Double damage. Yes. No mercy. I go.
Are you gonna fight Slardar?
Maybe if we're all together.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
I'm here.
Yes. I'm on to you.
They have a sentry. I caught an invoker.
The enemy's bottom barracks. We now have mega creeps.
But just now we got mega creeps? Are you kidding?
Did you not realize they had bottom racks the entire
I
time?
did not realize they had the bottom racks.
Huh.
He has rot.
Oh,
2 seconds on jump.
it's not time yet.
Double Bloodthorn twice as good.
I came a long way to see you die.
Dire victory.
Oh,
man.
Yeah, almost 9-hour stream. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I guess you're done for the day then.
Yeah. Okay, guys, thanks for playing. I'm done for now. I'm gonna talk to the stream for a little bit, so I will
buddy.
talk to you, friends, later.
Later.
Okay, stream. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay, Alec. Text me. Yeah, I'm about done here. I need to have my lunch at 5 p.m. No, man, we are done here. The stream has been already going on for 9 hours. You're welcome, Raj. Thanks for trying to support us. And I'm sorry that the games were a little bit difficult for you, but don't feel too bad if you didn't do too well on those games. You're punching way above your weight. Thank you, Shisir. See you later, Logan. Have a good day, or good night, Alex. Sounds good, Devraj. No, man, you didn't let me down. Don't worry about it. I have zero expectations, quite honestly. I mean, you can't expect, let's say, a bunch of middle school basketball players to play in a game full of NBA players, right? Ahmed? Yeah, I stream every day. See you later, Hottie. Okay, I'm out, guys. Thank you so much for watching the stream today. I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so have a great day or great night, guys. Bye.